glue is cheap. I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday to you. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'm so glad you're here. It is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. We're going to have a fun stream today. We've got 2 brand new dinosaurs to talk about. One published today and one published yesterday, if I recall correctly. Both of them from the Iberian Peninsula of Europe. It's kind of a new hotbed for new dinosaurs. And Nerthos. Thank you for the 12 months. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Nerthos, welcome back. Thank you for supporting me for the past 12 months. It's a long time, and I really appreciate it. Well, shoot, if anybody's new here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. You could probably guess that looking at my office here. The Allosaurus skull in the background and all that, but anyway, yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I talk about 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So if you have any questions, all of us have questions about dinosaurs in particular, or about the fossil record, or about history of life on Earth, questions about extinction or evolution, the origins of biodiversity, or the philosophy of science. If you've got questions about any of that stuff, do not hesitate to ask them. That's why I'm here. That's what these broadcasts are all about, you know? So, yeah, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's the best way I know of reaching out to the public and trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. So we're going to be doing that today. Like I said, going over some new publications, looking at some newly published dinosaurs, a new iguanodontian, and a new spinosaur. Exciting stuff. So, we'll get to that in a little bit. Sloppy Salamander says, I have a burning question. That sounds more like a statement. Oh, no, the question came after. Salamander wants to know, how do footprints fossilize? Ooh, well, usually it's like dried mud that gets covered by a different kind of mud. But we'll talk about that. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it in the right way. So we'll get into that, Salamander. But yeah. And Rosand, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. Here, let's do some greetings. Let's scroll up to the top and see who's here. Just real quickly, we've got Kodali and Claire Burr, Matt M33, and Rachel Darling Endeavors. We've got Majestic Biscuit and Scient Streams, Bulent. I need to figure out what our paper should be for tomorrow. I'll send that to you as soon as I can. Hopefully tonight, Bulent. But I'm excited for our crossover tomorrow. WB10951 with those pigeon emotes. Oh, I love it. Birds are dinosaurs. WB, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Saber Warrior, how are you doing? It's good to have you here. Fall Machine. Hello. Eddie Scarin and Saber Warrior has returned to us. Welcome back. Neilf and Tactical Sponge, Phoenix the Archaeologist, and Oscar Juniors. Guts 2001 is back. Welcome back, Guts. It's good to see you. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome back. I'm so glad you've returned. I've got a feeling you might become a regular here, and that thought makes me happy.
Fatality.
Oh, that was a little grisly. Neolithic Fool, thank you for the 24 months. Holy cow, that's it's almost a whole year, isn't it? I appreciate you, Neolithic. Thanks for supporting me for the past 24 months. Holy cow. Who else have we got? Lenina, how are you doing? Welcome back, Lenina. Thank you, Lenina, for everything you do as a mod, and likewise to you, Claire, and Mayor of Space, if he's here. Yeah, who else have we got? Trappy Jenkins. Hello, Trappy. Welcome. Mudman. What's shaking with you? And scrolling. Mommy Does DPS. How are you doing, Mommy? Welcome. Verminitide Doug. Good to see you. Scrolling. Paleo Lord. I hope you're having a great day too, Paleo Lord. Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing?
I'll tell you another one. About 250
Mudman.
years ago,
Or 16 months ago.
great big gruesome creature
Lovely.
began to grow and grow.
Mudman, thank you so much for the 16 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mudman. Good stuff. Texas Cryptid, what's shaking with you? It's good to see ya. Neon Coffee Cat, hello. What happened to the Dinosaur Deep Dive Redemptions? We've paused them for now. I didn't feel like I had the ability to keep up with them in a way that... I didn't want people to be wasting their channel points. Yeah, so we've put them on pause for now. We're reevaluating what Dinosaur Deep Dives are going to look like. Rusty Guy, how are you doing? Welcome. Thank you for explaining there. Sassy Skittles, 2-4. Hello to you. Welcome back. Timmer's Crutch, happy Tuesday to you too. Gemini Woods, what's shaking with you? I'm glad you're here. Tolgeese says salutations. Right back at you, Tolgeese. Welcome back. Patrick Crusader, a salute to you as well. Thank you for being here. Displacer, it's good to see you. I hope things are good in your world. Thing 1 of 2, hello to you. I hope things are going well for you also. Welcome back. And Tren K, what's shaking
In all the
with you?
world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
All of a sudden, well.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs there, all of a sudden. That is exquisite, and I really appreciate it. There's
Sutton 42 just gifted 5 subs.
5 subs. There's 5 chatters now who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days, thanks to you, all of a sudden. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? You come to investigate? Well, Sweetie Pie. What are you looking at? What's going on? How's your afternoon been? I just got back a little while ago from the museum, so I barely had enough time to scarf down some lunch and then set some things up for stream, so yeah, here we are. So Sweetie Pie has not really spent much time with me today, have you, Sweetie? Oh, it's good to see you, though. It's good to see you, Sweetie Pie. I did not have a chance yet to get to the post office roast sand. Hopefully tomorrow morning I can do it. Yeah. Sassy Skittles says, so I'm reading The Lost World by Michael Crichton, and the point is made that extinction is difficult to study because it can't really be reproduced or observed as easily. Is that accurate? That's not accurate. I don't know where Michael Crichton got some of these ideas at times. He's got some really weirdly anti-science takes. In a lot of cases. And that kind of feels like one of them. No, extinctions are... We're getting pretty good at studying them. There's... I don't know, it's not like a chemistry experiment, you know? Most science is not like that, honestly. Despite what a lot of people learn in school. I don't know. Crichton had a background in, like, medicine and, I don't know, wasn't he, like, an ER doctor I don't know. I used to get frustrated when I would read his writing because he'd have some character who was kind of a self-insert character sometimes.
Big fella, isn't he?
Tannereem, did you accidentally unfollow?
70 feet long.
Or are those three eyes there?
35.
Tannereem, thank you for the follow. I don't know, like, sometimes there'd be these really preachy passages in Crichton's books about how, I don't know, how he, like, disagreed with basic principles in science. And it's like, how in the world did you come to this conclusion? I don't know. I've got very mixed feelings about Crichton as an author, to be honest. Yeah. Trend Case has got some nice photos of a pair of peregrine falcons that nested on a local church. Gruesome dinner photos, but it was the first experience with a long lens. Very cool, Trend K. I also photographed a peregrine falcon this morning. In Alameda, California. There we go. I do not have a long lens on my telephone device, though, so that's the best I could get. This is, yeah, it's at the top of this bridge. The Fruitvale Bridge, connecting Oakland and Alameda, California. That's the railroad bridge that they're perched on there. But yeah. Peregrine falcons, fastest animal on planet Earth. Pretty cool. And then or at least heard some peregrine falcons. Caught a very brief glimpse of them in Berkeley, California this morning, too. 2 peregrine falcon sightings, 2 different towns this morning. It was a good morning. So yeah. Science Stream says, what do I do with my 300,000 points? Save them up, Science Streams. We'll be maybe coming up with some more channel points redemption stuff at some point. We'll see. Eddie Scarn want to know, what's your favorite Millennium Godzilla movie? I'm fond of Godzilla 2000. I like that one a lot. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I like Godzilla 2000 the most, I think, out of the Millennium series. I actually saw that one in the theater when I was a kid. That was pretty awesome. Kissamel 4, how are you doing? You shall lurk as usual. Thank you for being here. Eclectic Gamer Mouse says, I finally made it to a stream on time. Welcome, Gamer Mouse. Hello. Grim Deviant, welcome to you. Alright, I'm almost down to the bottom. But yeah. Sassy Skittles says, I thought it seemed odd. Thank you for answering. You bet, Sassy Skittles. Yeah. Paleo Stream, how are you doing? How did I miss you, Paleo Stream? Yashua, I hope things are good. It's wonderful to see you. Can we get a shout out for PaleoStream real quick? Yeah, PaleoStream. I had an idea the other day. Do you like doing ichthyosaurs, PaleoStream? And would you be interested in an ichthyosaur commission? Because I might have a project for you. The wheels in my head have been turning about doing something nice for the folks at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. And, yeah, we'll see. Futuristic Dipper says, I heard you like dinosaurs. What would ever give you that impression, Futuristic Dipper? I don't know how you would possibly hear of that. Welcome, Futuristic Dipper, to Paleontologizing. PaleoStream says, Ichthyosaurs are fire! Just finished one, actually, a week ago. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, this would be like Shonosaurus. We should talk later. I've got so many things going on right now, but while it's on my mind, I just figured I'd ask you live. Because I'm not, as many people know, I'm not very good at corresponding when I'm not live. But yeah. But yeah, what would possibly make you think that, says Roseanne, there you go. Yeah. Mommy Does says, I love watching those art streams. Yeah, if anybody's not yet following PaleoStream, you are missing out. So PaleoStream is a real-life paleo artist who's had work published in numerous scientific journals. He reconstructs extinct creatures, not just dinosaurs. I always feel like a bit of a dinosaur chauvinist, I guess, when I'm watching PaleoStreams' streams and looking at his work. Because he does all kinds of extinct critters. Not just Mesozoic, but also Cenozoic and Paleozoic as well. And, yeah, streams are very chill, very casual, but you get to just watch these wonderful works of paleontological environmental reconstruction, organismal reconstruction. Just watch these critters come to life before your very eyes. I don't use this word often, but it's kind of magical. So go follow PaleoStream if you're not yet doing so. You're missing out if you're not yet doing so. Hit you up on Twitter? Thank you, PaleoStream. Good. Okay. I'm not sure when I'm going to be passing through Nevada this year. It could be as early as May. It could be like beginning of May. It could be the end of May. But, yeah. It'd be cool to be able to present a big, beautiful piece of art printed on canvas to the folks at Berlin Ichthyosaur, because honestly, they don't have any like great ichthyosaur reconstructions. They've got this life-size Shonosaurus outside, but it's pretty old-fashioned. It might literally be from the 1950s, and then they have this thing hanging up there, which has got these weird like crocodile osteoderms or something going on. It's just, it's not great. And I feel like an artist of your caliber could create a beautiful, evocative, immersive scene with some of these animals in their natural habitat that would be a little bit more instructive for visitors. So yeah, we'll see. Ooh, and Saturday will be a Yishan stream. Lots of little feathered dinosaurs. Very nice paleo stream. Here, we've got some Sinosauropteryx on this channel now as a tier 2 emote. I just whipped that together in like, you know, an hour or so one morning. But yeah, I'm sure you could do a lot better. Sinosauropteryx, of course, everybody, is from the Yishan Formation. All these beautiful feathered dinosaurs. You know, the G-hole biota. Sinosauropteryx, Sinornithosaurus. Eutyrannus, Bapeosaurus, Microraptor. I think those are all Yishan formation, right? Yeah. And Paleostream says we could make it as a stream, honestly, at least parts of it, like the formation streams I did recently. That would be really cool, Paleostream. We should talk about that. We should talk about that. I'm trying to be better about preparing for the field season early, so I'm not scrambling at the last minute like I did last year. And if we can have a big canvas print of your artwork of Jonosaurus that I could present to the folks at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park, that would be pretty awesome. That'd be pretty awesome. Yeah. Anyway. And Microraptor, funny enough, not from Yishan. Yeah, what is it? It's, it's not from the G-hole biota. It's from, shoot, what is it from? I forget. I have to look it up. Anyway, yeah. We've got Metazoa to do. We might want to warm up with that, and then we'll get into some of our new dinosaurs that we'll be discussing today. Like this one right here. New Spinosaurid dinosaur species identified in Spain. It's not known from great material, but it's something. And then we've got a new Iguanodontian dinosaur as well. So we'll get to that soon. Yeah. But for now, let's do Metazoa here. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna take a look at that trailer for that new IMAX film, also. The T-Rex one. I kind of wish I'd saved that for today. We didn't watch it yesterday, but that's okay. Let's do Metazoa right now. For those of you who haven't seen this before, this is a lovely animal guessing game. Tagline for it is something like be an evolutionary detective and solve the mystery of the animal of the day, or whatever. And we haven't looked at Chacosaurus yet, Paleostream. No, Chacosaurus. I emailed the authors about that one and asked if they'd send me a paper, because I don't have access to the Journal of Cretaceous Research. And they said they didn't have the paper either. They sent me like a draft manuscript that only had, it didn't have any of the illustrations or anything. But yeah. We haven't looked at that one yet, but I have access to both of these papers today, so we'll take a look. But it sounded interesting for sure. Anyway, Metazoa. Let's talk about this. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Preferably like an artiodactyl or a carnivoran. Mayor Spaces, I jumped the gun. Yeah, an armadillo, those are kind of wacky mammals. Are they xenarthrans? What are they considered now? Oh, you have the manuscript with the figures. Nice, Paleostream. Yeah. But yeah. Splitter situation with Spanish Spinosaurs. Salamander, I think that might be exactly what's going on, but we'll talk about it. But Warthog, that's a good one, Barnacle Bum. Let's try Warthog. Warthog, they don't have Warthog. Let's just try Pig. I like to start off with a placental mammal for Metazoa, because often it is a placental mammal, but it's not today. Interesting. It's going to be something else. Eutelostomi are the bony vertebrates, aka the bony fishes. Strictly speaking, every critter you're seeing right here is a bony fish. A member of clade Eutelostomi. Let me show you what that means. So this is our tree of life. This is meant to show where all living things on Earth belong, their evolutionary relationships, We've got vertebrates right here. Vertebrate animals. But that also includes the jawless vertebrates, like hagfish and lamprey. And the jawed vertebrates that do not have bony skeletons, like cartilaginous fishes, elasmobranchs, or chondrichthyes, sharks and skates and rays and their relatives. However, our critter is a bony vertebrate. It is part of Eutelostomi. So with one guess, we've been able to narrow it down to just about 69,000 species out of over 1 million species of animal that have been named. But we can do even better than that. Because I guessed a kind of mammal, a pig, right here. And it's like, no, it's not. It is a bony vertebrate, but it's not a mammal. And what that tells me, since that game gives you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal, we know it's not a lobe-finned fish. It's not a Sarcopterygian, or it would have said Sarcopterygii. But the best rank that they could give us, the best clade that they could give us, the most exclusive clade, was Eutelostomi. Which tells me that it can't be part of this. I'm gonna take a left turn over here, and it's gotta be ray-finned fishes. The Actinopterygians. Actinopterygians are the majority of fishes that you think of when you think of fishes. Unless you're thinking of a coelacanth, or a lungfish, or a lemur. Some kind of tetrapod. Or when most people talk about fishes, they're talking about ray-finned fishes. So yeah. So give me the name of a ray-finned fish, chat, and we'll see if we can narrow it down even further. I'm guessing it's probably going to be a kind of Euteleost, because they usually are. That's like the majority of fishes today. Of Actinopterygian fishes, the majority of them are Euteleosts. It's the most speciose clade there. Of its rank, I guess. But yeah. Cod. That's interesting, Paleolord. Let's see if they have cod. They do. Ooh, let's try that. And, Acanthomorphata. Very nice. So we know it is... Oh boy. Acanthomorpha is an extraordinarily diverse taxon of teleost fishes with spiny fin rays. The clade consists of about 1/3 of the world's modern species of vertebrates, over 14,000 species. Holy cow. So we didn't narrow it down by that much, but... Yeah, these spiny ray-fin fishes are over there, and they are part of Euteleostis, so that's good. These spiny ray-fin fishes. Acanthomorphata. So, let's try and narrow it down further from here. We know it's not a cod, because we searched cod, and we guessed cod, and it said, no, it's not a cod, but it is a spiny ray-fin fish. Wonder if it's a kind of like seahorse or something. Because I believe seahorses are also part of this clade, right? Let's see. And I'm pretty sure they have seahorse in Metazoa. Yeah, seahorses are in there. Let's give that a shot. Oh man, so many species. Holy cow. Let's try that. Let's try seahorse. Let's see if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, it is a percomorph fish, but it's not a seahorse. We'll jump up from there to Percomorpha. And Mr. Knight, the IT guy, how are you doing? Welcome back. Good to have you here. So percomorph fishes. Shoot, there's still 18,000 species. Most of these are not going to be in the game, obviously. But Let's just... Do they have herring? They do not. They do have bass. Although I think it was bass just a couple days ago, wasn't it? It was trout just a few days ago, and it was salmon just a few days ago, too. What about carp? Carp are part of this, right? They're related to goldfish and catfish. Let's try that. Carps are... Oh, no, they're not percomorph fishes. It's not going to be a carp. Yeah, interesting. Man, this is a speciose clade here. Anglerfish is a possibility there. Or perch. I don't know if they have perch. And wait, what? This is just called carps? Did it? Hang on. This is within barbs. That's not what I'm looking for. Carp. Let's try African carp. Maybe carp are part of Percomorpha. See, again, this is why we as scientists use these scientific names, because the common names just trip you up. Different languages have different words for certain fishes and other organisms. You know, common names quite commonly to confusion. I'll put it that way. African carp, but is that actually a carp? Oh, goodness. Let's try goldfish. Oh, boy. You know what we're gonna do? We're just going to look up carp on Wikipedia. Yeah, generic common name for numerous species of freshwater fish in the family Cyprinidae. Okay. Cyprinidae. Fishes are so confusing to me. Those ray-finned fishes are confusing. Well, shoot. Do they have perch? Let's just try perch. They don't. What about clownfish? Where do clownfish show up? Are they a percomorph fish? I'm sorry, what? It doesn't have clownfish? Is there another common name for clownfish? Chat? Or we could try tuna. Tuna are thuniform fishes. I don't know if they're percomorphs, though. I don't think they are. Yeah. And yeah, underdo it. Holy cow. There's so many different kinds of, so many different varieties of ray-finned fishes. Okay, tuna are a kind of percomorph fish. Let's try tuna. Let's give that a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
Ho 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 ho! Yes, indeed. Very cool. Oh, we got it. We got it in 4 guesses. Not too shabby. Yeah. Grim Deviant, thank you for the suggestion there. Yeah. This is lovely. I'm actually reading a book about tuna right now. There's this lovely book by Richard Ellis called Tuna, a Love Story. Yeah. I'm enjoying it. It's, pretty much everything you could hope to read in a book about tuna. They are extraordinary fishes. They really, really are. And let's see if we can find... That doesn't yield anything. Here, let's take a look at this. This is bluefin tuna, but it still counts. Give me a second to get this. I can get this optimized for viewing here. There we go.
What's as big as a polar bear swallows its prey whole and swims at 40 miles an hour. It's not a shark or a killer whale. It's the Atlantic bluefin tuna.
Yeah.
The largest and longest lived of the 15 tuna species, the Atlantic bluefin has a unique set of adaptations that make it one of the most dominant predators in the ocean. It starts as a tiny hatchling in the Gulf of Mexico or the Mediterranean Sea, no bigger than a human eyelash. Within its first year of life, it develops something known as regional endothermy, the ability to regulate its body temperature. An Atlantic bluefin gets oxygen from cold ocean water using its gills. This process cools its blood. Then, heat the tuna generates swimming and hunting warms the blood. In most fishes, this heat would be lost back out into the ocean through the gills. But in the Atlantic bluefin, a mechanism called countercurrent exchange
This is so cool.
traps the heat. Cold blood on its way to the large swimming muscles passes close to warm blood leaving those muscles in a specialized network of blood vessels known as a rete mirabile. Here, the heat jumps to the cold blood and stays in the body. This makes bluefin one of the few warm-blooded fishes, a huge advantage in the marine environment. Cold-blooded animals whose body temperature depends entirely on the environment become sluggish in colder waters. But a bluefin's ability to keep warm means it has sharper vision, can better process information, and can swim faster than its prey.
Athlon says, warm fish? Yes, indeed. Warm-blooded rayfin fish. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. They are such incredible animals. Tuna are... They're really, really neat. They're really neat. Come on, YouTube.
It thrives in cold, deep, subarctic water.
Yeah.
Thanks to their warm...
So I was reading in the book that they can dive to depths of over 3,000... Is it feet or meters? Shoot. They dive extremely deep. They were once thought to have been just like shallow water species, or not shallow water, but at least, within like the photic zone, within, like the upper part of the water column.
To what we understand.
It's not true though.
On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Boo Gamer, how are you doing? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Mark Melvin says, thinking about the other guy's argument about bluefin tuna or a lion would win in a fight, shoot in the water? That lion's toast. That tuna will eat that lion. Piece by piece. Yeah, they are incredible. They're some of the most athletic animals in the entire world. They can swim over 50 miles per hour. They can traverse the Atlantic in like, I think, less than a month. They can go from the Straits of Gibraltar to Cape Cod in like 30 days, swimming the whole time. Incredible, incredible, incredible animals. Yeah.
Bloodedness.
Oh, and they're huge too. I mean, holy moly. I think the largest one ever recorded was something like 2,500 pounds. So it's like over 1,000 kilograms. Yeah.
Powerful muscles, and their streamlined torpedo shape with fins that fold into grooves to reduce
1,000
drag.
meters. Okay,
Bluefin
thanks.
tuna can reach speeds few other animals can match. Their maximum speed of 40 miles per hour is faster than that of a great white shark or orca whale. And even at their comfortable cruising speed, they can cross the Atlantic in a couple months.
Yep.
All this swimming requires a great deal of oxygen, but the bluefin is adapted for this as well. The faster it swims, the more water passes over its gills, and the more oxygen it can absorb from that water. This need for a constant flow of water means the tuna must always remain on the move. It also means bluefin cannot suck prey into their mouths the way most other fishes do. Instead, they must chase down their prey with their mouths open. They eat smaller prey than most predators their size, including squid, crustaceans, and smaller fish species like mackerel.
Oh, they love mackerel.
The bluefin's temperature-regulating ability doesn't just make it a superior hunter. It gives it nearly unlimited range. As soon as they are strong enough to swim against the current, Atlantic bluefin leave the warm waters of their spawning grounds and spend their lives hunting all over the Atlantic Ocean.
Mirth says, can tuna stop swimming? Do they only partially rest? So they don't stop swimming at night. And I discovered this for myself a few weeks ago, where I was up late one night and I'm like, I wonder if the tuna at Monterey Bay Aquarium or did they stop swimming? Did they sleep? What goes on with them? And so I got in here and I looked. This live cam runs 24/7. The Monterey Bay Aquarium. And here they've got skipjack and yellowfin and bluefin tuna all on this enormous aquarium tank. One of the largest in the world. And it kind of seems like they swim a little bit slower at night, but they never stop swimming. They're just always moving around, you know? Yeah. So did they do the weird parahemisphere sleep? I'm not sure, Gimpleg. It's a good question. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's actually fully understood if and how they sleep. I think that might still be kind of a mystery. Something out there still yet to be discovered. To do it says my favorite exhibit? Yeah. I'm actually going to be visiting Monterey Bay Aquarium soon, and I'm very excited for that. Yeah, it's pretty wonderful. One of my favorite places in the world, Monterey Bay Aquarium. Yeah, back to here.
Tunas from both the Gulf of Mexico and the Mediterranean Sea frequent the same feeding grounds and range from Brazil and Texas to Iceland and Senegal and beyond. But when the time comes to reproduce around age 10, they always return to their sea of origin. Here, groups of males and females.
Gimpleg says, what kind of dinosaur paleontologist can't answer questions about the sleep cycles of every extant fish species? Oh, I'm sorry I failed you there, Gimpleg. No, the fact is, I don't think anybody really understands how tuna sleep. It's a good question, you know? Yeah, dinosaurs are fish. It's true. As tetrapods,
release millions of eggs and sperm into the water. They'll migrate back and forth between feeding and spawning grounds annually for the rest of their lives. Atlantic bluefin can live for over 40 years, growing all the while. The largest specimens are tens of millions of times heavier than when they hatched. The same huge size that makes bluefin tuna indomitable in the ocean has made them vulnerable to one predator in particular, us. Humans have a long history of fishing Atlantic bluefin. It's even stamped on ancient Greek coins. But in recent decades, demand has skyrocketed as bluefin are hunted for sashimi, sushi, and tuna steaks. An individual fish can sell for $10,000 or more.
Yeah, there was one in the book that they were talking about. It had sold for like $173,000, I think, was the figure. It's nuts. Yeah. And the scary thing is, you know, it's kind of like, you know, this is the market at work, where it just, you know, the free market is wonderful for just driving species into extinction. Because the rarer these fishes get, the higher the price goes. And the higher the price goes, the more incentive there is to catch the last of them. So, it's just a vicious cycle here. Yeah, me too, Amelia Bedelia. Yeah. Yeah. And Will Rounded says, be less tasty, but seriously messed up. I mean, I also read in the book that, a long time ago, like, the samurai class warriors in Japan refused to eat tuna. Like, the kind of, what is it? The, like, red meat from under the belly that goes for so much money nowadays. I forget what it's called. I don't know. I never eat the stuff, obviously. But they refuse to eat it. They're like, no, that's garbage. We don't want to eat that. That's low-class food. You know, I wouldn't eat that if I were starving. And nowadays, that sort of thing sells for, you know, it's something like $50 an ounce or something like that, or more. Toro, that's it. Salamander, yeah. 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 Anyway, a lot of, like, perverse market incentives driving species into extinction. It's how it works in a free market economy, you know? The fewer there are of a particular critter, the more expensive their meat gets. And the more expensive their meat gets, the higher incentive there is to kill the last of them, you know?
Skyrocketed as bluefin are hunted for sashimi, sushi, and tuna steaks. An individual fish can sell for $10,000 or more, promoting overfishing and illegal fishing.
It's estimated that probably the majority of tuna fishing in the Mediterranean is illegal. Just for various reasons, it's really difficult. It's not that it's difficult to regulate, it's that there isn't, like, market incentive to regulate these things because, well, you'll make less money if you regulate it, and yeah.
But if recent conservation efforts are redoubled and quotas are better enforced, bluefin populations can begin to recover. So what happens when the oceans are overfished? Can marine life ever recover? Find out more about the dangers of overfishing and what...
So, a big part of, like, why these critters are declining in numbers is that they are so incredibly mobile. Like they said in here, they can essentially just swim anywhere they want in the ocean, anywhere on Earth. One tuna can literally go around the world if it wanted to. And so different countries will have different quotas for the number of tuna that can be caught by fishing fleets and stuff like that. But then each of these different countries is coming up with those different quotas independently from one another. And originally the thought was like, oh, well, the tuna in the Mediterranean, they're spawning in the Mediterranean, and they're Mediterranean tuna, and they're just, you know, if we keep track of the number of tuna here in the Mediterranean, and we manage that, then it'll be fine. But that's not the case. They're often spawning elsewhere, and then they go into the Mediterranean, or then they leave. So, like, I don't know, if there's quotas here off the coast of the United States for, like, you can only catch this many, it's like some of those ones that are being caught are the same tuna that are over here. And so it's like everybody's kind of reaching into the same bucket to pull these fishes out. Does that make sense? I'm not explaining this very well, but I hope you're kind of grasping that, you know? Yeah. Oh, come on, YouTube. It's being so slow today.
And spend their lives hunting all over the Atlantic Ocean.
I didn't see that,
Tunas
Freya,
from both
no.
the Gulf of Mexico and the Mediterranean Sea frequent the same feeding grounds and range from Brazil and Texas to Iceland and Senegal and beyond. But when the time comes to reproduce around age 10, they always return to their sea of origin.
Okay. I didn't know that was known. This might actually be after... This information might be newer than the stuff that I was reading in the book. This is from 2 years ago here. And here is a link. Check this out. Alright, wait for it. Just that sheer power and speed there. Oh, man. Holy cow. It's like a sedan leaping out of the water. Just incredible. Oh, man. Astonishing animals. And they are huge, Ancient Freya, absolutely. These are some of the biggest ray-finned fishes in the world. Here, check this out. Yeah. This fish might be like close to 15 feet long. It says, no, it says 18 feet. So that, yeah, that pipe is nearly 4 feet across. Gargantuan. Gargantuan tuna there. Yeah. Yeah. Here, take a look at this.
The Atlantic bluefin tuna is no exception.
Tannerima says, can a tuna actually be dangerous to a human? I mean, they're full of mercury, so I wouldn't eat them. Usually, humans are much more dangerous to tuna. We'll put it that way. You know? Yeah. True. Yeah. And well-rounded. Yeah, I agree, well-rounded. Peter Benchley became an advocate for shark conservation afterward. Yeah. Sorry the footage is reversed, but I gotta do this so we don't get copyright nuked on YouTube later. And do we have any Britons here in the chat right now? I've read that in the UK, tuna used to be referred to as tunnies. And I wonder if that's still... Do we have any UK viewers who still refer to them as tunnies?
So we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Geo Jim, thank you for the raid. How are you doing and how is your stream? Welcome, welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow, Geo Jim. How are things? What kind of geology were you discussing today? It's good to see you. Right now we're talking about tuna. Our metazoa animal of the day was, of course, yellowfin tuna. And so we're taking this opportunity to talk about these incredible pelagic fishes. Here's a live cam view of them at the Monterey Bay Aquarium right now. Yeah.
Tradoon.
Yeah. Geo Jim says, we're back for more paleontologizing. I'm glad you're here, Geo Jim. Welcome, welcome. We're looking at sand under the microscope. East Coast versus West Coast. Oh, very cool, Geo Jim. Very cool. I've looked at sand from, from just over there, Baker Beach, San Francisco. I've looked at that under the microscope with my students back when I was teaching full time. And, yeah, it was prompted by an interesting kind of discovery that we made. I was sitting down reading a book with my students outside. I used to teach outdoor ed. And we were sitting down in the sand. There's all these sand dunes. And, here, let's see. Here, San Francisco Presidio sand dunes. There's a lot of sand there because most of San Francisco actually used to be like shifting sand dunes before like the gold rush. So yeah, here, I don't know. Oh, these are all so small, these images. Anyway. Sitting down in the sand in a place, yeah, kind of like this, but with more sand. And I had a pair of headphones in my pocket, like Bluetooth headphones with a little, here. Like this. And they've got little magnets in them. So the little earbuds go back into those little, in those little concavities for when you're storing them. So they've got magnets. And there was all this sand that was sticking to the outside of my pocket. The students are like, Teacher Danny, why is all of that sand, why is that black sand stuck to the outside of your pants? And it was because of the magnets there. They're like, why is sand sticking to a magnet? And I said, well, you know what, let's investigate that. So I brought a little USB microscope and a little computer out with us, and we were looking at some of the sand, and we were looking at these tiny, tiny little bits that ended up sticking to magnets, and there are little bits of iron. Very, very iron-rich sand on the West Coast, places near San Francisco. And I wonder if you've got the same thing on the East Coast, or if your sand is more... I'm guessing it might be more built up of like, bits of coral and shells and stuff like that.
Gorgeous gargantuans and authentic.
Gamer L.
They died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather, extinct life.
Thank you, Gamer L, for the 17 months of support. Really appreciate that. How are you doing? It's good to see you. So anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Prince Edward Island is reddish dirt / sand. Yeah, I mean, different kinds of sand and dirt exist all over the world. It's really, really interesting, like, how sand changes in different environments. It's made of different things in different places. Black sand beaches are usually volcanic in origin. They're igneous. It's volcanic rock that's been broken down by wave action into sand. Not tuna, but a different kind of fish. Produces sand as well. Take a look at this. No idea what our beaches are made up of? Interesting, Salamander. It'll be fascinating, whatever the answer is.
Everyone knows Hawaii as a tropical paradise with cranky volcanoes and fabulous white sand beaches. What most people don't realize is that those beaches are almost entirely composed of fish poop. That's right, you heard me.
Yep.
Fish poop. Enter the parrotfish, a bizarre creature with an appetite for the algae that grows on coral. The fish gnaws the stuff off with those beak-like teeth, but in the process also strips calcium carbonate from the reef.
Yep.
And I'm talking a lot of it. A single parrotfish can eat enough calcium carbonate to produce 800 pounds of
I know,
sand
Will 62, that's what I said.
And over in Australia, another species can lay down a ton of it. Like, literally a ton.
We're talking about parrotfish here.
If you can believe it, pooping out beaches isn't even the most intriguing thing about the parrotfish. Its sleeping bag of snot is.
Yeah.
Like a narcoleptic that's accidentally taken sleeping pills, the parrotfish is an unusually heavy sleeper, and that might put it in danger of predation. As a countermeasure, it'll tuck itself into the reef and excrete a balloon of mucus. This bubble could serve to mask its scent or work as an alarm when a predator bumps against it. Parrotfish also get busy in a very bizarre way. All of them are actually born female and then join a school. But as they grow,
I didn't know parrotfish
the largest
did that
female
too.
will transform into a male and adopt a beautiful color scheme. Now he's got himself a harem that he keeps watch over, chasing away rival males with a mind to get with his ladies, all of them constantly making sand. So the next time you're enjoying a beautiful Hawaiian beach, raise an umbrella drink to the drowsy parrotfish, and maybe think about putting those sandals back on.
It's just sand. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, we'll get back to the wish list thing in a little bit, Lenina. But I want to finish what we were talking about with tuna here. Yeah, so away from parrotfish and now back to tuna here. Yeah. Very cool. So in the book that I was reading, back in like the 1950s and 60s, there were some researchers who first invented tags to track tuna. And those tags were literally just metal tags. And I think stamped onto them, it said, like, this fish is part of a tracking study. If you catch this fish, please write us a letter saying where and when you caught it, so that we have information here. And then there was like an individual number stamped on the tag too. And that is actually how the like tagging started for tuna way back in the 1950s. Before they had stuff like satellite tags, you know? Yeah. Aquatic dog tags. Yeah, there you go, Bobby does. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Well, interesting, Giorno. Yeah. I don't know a lot about fishing itself, but I'm really interested in fish. Yeah, because they don't want to drown the fish in the air. They want it to survive. They're not trying to harm it.
These iconic fish.
Over 1,000 tags fitted to Atlantic bluefin. Pretty cool. There really are such cool critters. You know? Yeah. Anyway, very, very neat. And I'm going to be visiting with some of them sometime soon when I go to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I'm very excited about that. They are indeed majestic, Tannerine. They really are. And that book that I was recommending is here. Yeah. It's called Tuna, A Love Story. By Richard Ellis. He's written all kinds of wonderful books about ocean life. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I'm only about 70 pages in, but I'm enjoying it so far. But yeah. And is it not called that anymore? Do they have a different one? Tuna, Love, Death, and Mercury. Interesting. Anyway, the reason why tuna have high levels of mercury is because they are top predators. They're eating all these other fishes. They're bioaccumulating the mercury inside of them. How does mercury get into fish?
Vegetarians might claim that fish are friends, not food, but I'm not one of them. But what if our fishy friends are actually poisoning us? Hey guys, Julia here for D News. Thanks to recent trends like the Mediterranean diet, fishy meat.
Not only have I heard about Hesperonychus, but we are going to be talking about it in just a little bit. I've got access to the papers, so stay tuned, Giorno. We're going to be talking about it.
Meals are having their heyday. Fish seems to be the perfect healthy food since they're packed with omega-3s, which could be good for the heart, and some claim it's great brain food too. But there's always a problem in paradise. Eating too much fish might cause a buildup of mercury. Mercury builds up in the bodies of smaller fish, which get eaten by bigger fish, so the mercury starts building up there, and then that fish is eaten by an even bigger fish, then they get even more mercury, and so on and so forth up the food chain. This process is called bioaccumulation. So mercury bioaccumulates in bigger fish like shark or swordfish, which wind up with pretty big doses of the toxin. But even more common fish like tuna and salmon can accumulate decent doses too. For most people, this isn't a problem. The benefits from fish far outweigh any negatives, but
wait, did she say
in pregnant women
did she say tuna or salmon?
Like tuna and salmon, fish, which wind up with accumulation pretty big doses of the toxin. But even more common fish like tuna and salmon can.
I mean, tuna are predatory fishes. Very much so. They're on the same level. They eat small sharks sometimes. They'll eat things like spiny dogfish, which is a smaller species of shark. Think of tuna like you think of sharks. They are. Think of them like mako sharks. In fact, they have a lot of really, really interesting evolutionary convergences with mako sharks. Mako sharks, the fastest sharks in the sea. Tunas are the fastest of the ray-finned fishes, except for sailfishes and billfishes and marlins.
Can accumulate decent doses too.
Top tier predators, yeah.
This isn't a problem. The benefits from fish far outweigh any negatives, but mercury exposure in pregnant women could harm the brain and nervous system of a developing fetus. Exposure might even be linked to ADHD issues in their children, according to one study published in the journal Archives of Pediatrics and Adolescent Medicine. And the FDA recommends that pregnant and breastfeeding women avoid eating shark, tilefish, swordfish, and king mackerel, fish with the highest levels of mercury. They also recommended limiting consumption of albacore tuna to 6 ounces a week. So where does all that mercury come from? It's a natural element found throughout the environment. Some scientists think that it could be coming from hydrothermal vents, but it's much more likely it's thanks to human activity. We produce a lot of heavy metal waste from power plants and manufacturing industries. While some safeguards are in place, some facilities have serious leaks or disposal issues. So heavy metals like mercury get released into the air and then find their way into our water systems and head out to sea. There, the toxin builds up in fish, which turn the mercury into a toxic form, methylmercury. According to the EPA, nearly all fish and shellfish contain traces of methylmercury. Other animals are affected too, like coral. Corals are really good at filtering out these heavy metals from the water. Unfortunately, this also causes them a lot of harm. Just small amounts can kill them, but their deaths may not be in vain. Corals have given inspiration to a group of Chinese scientists. These researchers described their new coral-inspired material in the Journal of Colloid and Interface Science. They made aluminum oxide nanoplates, which have proved themselves to be pretty good removals of pollutants in the past, but they're not ideal. So the researchers created their nanoplates to mimic coral structure and the way that they curl. By making a structure that's porous like coral, it increases the surface area of the material, making it absorb all that nastiness so much better. So that could be a cool biomimicry solution in the future. Well, that along with green energy and manufacturing solutions that keep the oceans from being polluted in the first place. But for now, the FDA recommends eating at least 2 meals a week, which include fish, just not any of the large species like swordfish. But what about farmed fish? Is that a good alternative or not? Trace explores that question in this video right here.
Global fish farming called aquaculture.
Anyway, here's a link to this video if you want to watch it. Yeah. Anyhow. Tuna, very cool critter, and one that I was eager to talk about just because, well, shoot, I've been reading about them, and I'm going to be seeing them in a few days. Now, why don't we get into Hesperonyx, our new ornithischian dinosaur from the Iberian Peninsula, as Giorno was talking about. Let's see if we can find a news article here. Nothing yet on Google News. Interesting. Yeah. Well, shoot, I'm not finding any news articles about it. That'll probably come tomorrow, but let's just look at the paper. So yeah, now begins a section of our stream which I like to call Fossil News. Let's jump into it. All right. Welcome to Fossil News, everyone. Let's jump into our JVP Online Access. As a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, I have access to the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, and that should be able to access it right here. Don't tell me it's not available yet. No, don't order by relevance. Newest first, please.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time.
Well.
What will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Octavius King, how are you doing?
Underscore King and their 56 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Octavius King, how did your stream go? How are you, and how are the rats, and how are all the other critters, including the chatters? I hope everyone's doing well. It's wonderful to see you. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We were just getting into some fossil news here. We're about to talk about a brand new dinosaur just published yesterday, if I recall correctly. And then we've got a new Spinosaur to talk about as well. So I'm glad you're here. 2 new dinosaurs to talk about today. We are on track so far in 2024 to have, well, how many new dinosaurs have been published? How many new genera have been published? Actually, I should probably narrow it down to species. How many new species have been published so far this year? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 new dinosaur species so far. Although a few of these are still kind of in press, or Vectodromius, I think, still has not made an appearance. But anyway, yeah. Very cool. The deepest blue dragon says the rats are chilled out and full of salad. And traffic cones, don't ask. They ate traffic cones too? They must have been hungry. Anyway, I am grateful for your raid, Octavius King, and you know what? This is probably a good opportunity to call forth our friend, previously recorded Danny, to make a brief appearance. I think we'll do that. And Mr. Lulkins. Welcome, Mr. Lulkins. New Mesozoic dinosaurs, newly discovered Mesozoic dinosaurs. Now, we'll get to that in a little bit, but for right now, let's call forth a good friend of ours. We call him previously recorded Danny, and he's walking up behind me right now. So without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to him for a couple minutes. He's going to tell you about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, and what this channel is all about. So thank you again, Octavius King. Can we get one more shout out for Octi here? And I appreciate your raid. Welcome, everybody. And you're in good hands with previously recorded Danny. Previously recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? To level with you here, I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Trirarchunkus, The Last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails always heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and of course thank you even more to Octavius King for that excellent raid. I appreciate it, and it's good to have you here. I should make it clear that a lot has actually changed since we made that video with previously recorded Danny. A lot of cool things have happened since then, so some of that information is out of date. I have done a bunch of fieldwork since then, including a bunch of live-streamed fieldwork.
And we've got, potentially, a couple of new species of dinosaur that are going to come out of this quarry. We've been digging here for a number of years. This is my second year at this quarry. Found some very cool stuff last summer, but we had to wrap things up in mid-August. And now we're back, and we're going to be finding some more stuff. So we just opened up the quarry a couple days ago. We're still working our way down into the bone layer, and yeah. Anyway, let's go bring the camera over and set things up there.
Harry says dinosaurs seems to die in better climates. That's my old crew chief Denver Fowler, whom you saw in the video. He used to say, "Oh, dinosaurs never die in the shade." I told him he should make that the title of his autobiography one day, about his life in the field. But yeah. Anyway, really looking forward to doing more fieldwork live streams this next summer. And I'm actually getting ready to do that in Wyoming with this guy right here, with Ethan Cowgill. So we're going to be in Wyoming at the end of May.
Check out this big dish. Big bump.
Ooh.
Wonder for something hiding underneath.
That is an intriguing idea.
Isn't it? Some soft set def.
Anyway, and members of this community have been purchasing things for us off of the wish list. Oh, Lenina knows what I'm leading up to here. Yes, indeed. Holy cow. Last year we had a big fundraiser. Right here on experiment.com. We raised, it was actually more than this, if I recall correctly. It was like over $8,000 in total. Because we had some in-kind donations, too, that weren't through the website here. Or direct donations, I should say. But, yeah. This community got together and raised funds to help us go out and dig up dinosaurs in the field last summer. We would not have had funding if it weren't for this beautifully generous community here. This year, we actually have some big-time donors who are donating some money to us, so we don't really have to run a fundraiser quite like this. But if you would like to help contribute to our work in the field this summer, if you'd like to contribute to us digging up new species of dinosaur in the late Cretaceous almond formation of Wyoming, then I'll take a look at the wish list. These items some of them are disappearing fast. So if you see something you want to buy for us, scoop it up ASAP. Ethan texted me again this morning, and he said that both our supply tent and our kitchen tent were already purchased, which is incredibly exciting. They may have even arrived already, I'm not sure. But, yeah, it's good stuff. And some of these are, not super expensive. I got one of these for Lordy. It also works for vegetables. It's not just for meat. And she loves it. That's cool that we might have one of these. Fantastic. But, yeah, and then Ethan sent me a picture of his girlfriend's cat, Java. Enjoying the action packers that members of this community have purchased that we can use as storage bins. These are wonderful. These are like the gold standard for storage in the field. They're water resistant, they're ultra sturdy, they're just very thoughtfully designed. And there is Java the cat, just living the high life there. So, yeah, and the Lenina hammer arrived today. Very nice, Lenina. That's excellent. Yeah. Nostalgia Nerd says literally. I know, right? Welcome, Nostalgia Nerd. It's good to have you here. So anyway, if you would like to contribute to our enterprise in the field, if you'd like to help buy some of this gear that will last us years and years, most of it anyway, we'll go through some of these things. Some of them are consumable, like aluminum foil and plastic bags, and some of them like these especially. Oh man, this is what I would be most excited about getting, would be the actual tools that we're using to do our excavations, like the Geo-Paleo pick right here, or Estwing rock pick, or this big pickmatic, or the chisels, stuff like that, or even just the scoops. These plastic feed scoops like this, we use these for all kinds of stuff in the field. Mostly for, here, maybe I can find you a clip of what we use these for. As Ethan and I are digging here in Utah. Come on, YouTube. YouTube's being so slow today.
but it doesn't really work in like solid rock. Even if
Yeah, see, scoop like that.
Have the budget for that kind of technology.
So we've got like a multi-stage process for digging. When you're digging along here and you're... Man, I wish I had that clip from the other day where Don DeBlue is explaining this. But basically, when you're digging down in the rock like this around a fossil bone, sometimes you might you might realize like, oh shoot, there's a piece of this bone missing. Where did it go? That's why we have this system right here with these plastic tubs and with the plastic scoops. So as we're digging, we will take bits of rock here that we pull up, and we don't just throw them over our shoulders. No. First, you put it into the scoop right here.
Dinosaurs are basically rocks. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, the fossils themselves are permineralized, so a lot of the original organic material has been replaced by...
See, as I'm picking that stuff up, first you put it into the scoop.
There's not enough of a density difference to differentiate between bone and rock.
Right.
So this kind of provides a bit of an insurance policy. You put the stuff into the scoop, and then you put the stuff from the scoop into that bucket. And so if you ever realize, like, oh, shoot, a piece of this bone is missing, a little chip has come off here, or there's something that's important that is not here in the ground anymore, you can go back. Think of it like the recycle bin on your computer, you know? It's... When you put stuff into it, it's not instantly gone forever, like if you just throw a rock over your shoulder or whatever. You can still return to it if you need to. You can right-click and go restore. That's kind of like this. So that's what we use those scoops for in the field. And we also use them for scooping plaster, for scooping bits of rock, for all kinds of stuff like that. But it's just a very, very useful tool that lots and lots, I would say most, if not all, dinosaur digging crews who know what they're doing use plastic feed scoops like this. It's originally designed to be used as a scoop for animal feed. Yeah, 5-pint plastic feed scoop. But we use them for all kinds of different things while we're digging dinosaurs. Yeah. But yeah. Ancient Freya says, do you use similar methods to archaeologists in the field? We do not. No, I mean, not really. We had an archaeologist on our crew. She volunteered for a few days with us in Wyoming this past summer. And she was blown away by how different it is digging dinosaurs rather than digging, like, human artifacts, like she does. There she is right there. There's Elena right there.
Yeah, looks like we're pretty well covered.
In dirt.
Everybody say hi to Quinn. Quinn, what's your music recommendation for today?
Oh.
Just so I can put you on the spot.
Oh, man.
And Ancient Freya, you remember the stream of the Melissa too? Good. Nice.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I think the primary difference between digging as an archaeologist and digging as a paleontologist is that archaeologists are digging in soil or unconsolidated alluvium. Paleontologists, we're literally digging in bedrock at all times. Fossils, like, by definition, are in bedrock. And so it's a very different kind of digging. You can't have the super neat quarry walls, the 1 foot by 1 foot squares, 1/3 meter by 1/3 meter squares like archaeologists do, because the chunks of rock are often bigger than that, and the bones themselves are often bigger than that too. We kind of have to follow the contours of the rock and where the rock is going. We can't just dig through this nice obliging soft unconsolidated soil like archaeologists do. So it's a very different way of digging also, if that makes sense. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Nerthos says archaeologists dig in populated areas sometimes. Yeah, oftentimes. Paleontologists dig in the middle of nowhere. This is often true, Nerthos. There are exceptions to this, but yeah, we're often digging Out in,
Elena just joined us last
in God's country.
And she can talk to you all about...
Oh, yeah, shoot.
I have not, no. But I'm thrilled to do so. And I'm hoping when I'm traveling over the next few weeks, I'll get to visit some new museums. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. And Martin the Mountain Man says, did you ever find any ancient civilization objects or human remains when looking for
Not
dinosaurs?
really, no.
I have not, no. But we do have on our crew right now a volunteer who's an archaeologist. Maybe we'll ask her about this in just a little bit.
We didn't get a chance to
Elena
ask her.
just joined us last night, and she can talk to you all about being an archaeologist in Wyoming and, finding human artifacts and stuff.
Yeah, it's very different. Hopefully she'll be joining our crew again. I really like her. She's really cool. And I think, hopefully, she'd be comfortable being on camera and just kind of talking about the difference there, because that'd be a really cool perspective to have. Yeah, we'll see if she can join us, if her schedule allows for that this year. Anywho, yeah. The Golganix is, imagine doing a 1 meter by 1 meter square, and it's a sauropod. Yeah. You're digging up an animal that, you're digging up an animal this big. A 1 meter by 1 meter square. This is lovely because there are actually 1 meter squares. There's a 1 meter square grid in this image right here. This animal is significantly larger than that. Yeah. I mean, this was a huge site that they were digging at when they were digging up Patagotitan. Look at that. Look at that. Oh boy. Yeah. Here, I wonder if we can find footage of Jim Jensen digging. Oh, maybe not. Shoot. That was such a long time ago that these aren't properly... Yeah. We just would find snippets of old documentaries if we want to see that. Anyway. Yeah. Just the femur. Of this animal was enormous. There's a famous photo of Diego Paul in the field with that femur. There we go. So, paleontologist, sauropod thigh bone. That is just the femur right there. There's the femoral, well, this is the distal end of the femur. So this is like the kneecap would be where his brush is right there. And there's the femoral head. So you're looking at the left femur of this animal. It's a big bone. Yeah. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. We might even have an Attenborough clip with that. Let's see here. Well, maybe not. Here, let's try this. Oh, and this is cool. This is one of those 360 videos, isn't it?
Welcome to Patagonia, in southern Argentina.
Yeah.
69 million years ago, South America and Antarctica were connected.
Yep.
So what did this part of the world look like back then?
Oh.
Yep. This dig site gives us a clue.
Yeah. Oh, this is great. This is better than I thought it was going to be. Kirk Johnson? Yeah. I know him. Kirk's a good guy.
These paleontologists are unearthing a new species of titanosaur, one of the largest dinosaurs to ever live. Just take a look at the size of that bone.
Yeah. Some pretty large bones there.
By now, you've probably noticed the landscape here is almost totally barren.
Yeah.
It's a desert, after all.
This is prime fossil
But for
hunting
these
territory,
dinosaurs to
though.
have survived, there must have once been a lot of vegetation.
And there certainly was. Yeah.
Do you hear that? It's the sound of a dense, lush forest. Why don't you take a look around? 69 million years ago, this place had a warm, wet climate and was blanketed by a forest that would have looked something like this.
This looks like modern Tasmania, or maybe southern Australia.
A forest like this one would have offered no shortage of green stuff. Some titanosaurs ate up to half a ton of vegetation a day. And these animals got huge.
Oh yeah, holy moly.
To see just how big the biggest titanosaur was, play Nova's Polar Lab.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Here is a link to that 3D YouTube video. If you'd like to take a look for yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Really cool. And you know what? Before we get into our new dinosaurs today, there's a couple of things I want to do. We should probably take a look at that trailer for that dinosaur well, maybe we'll do that afterward. Maybe we'll have that be a little treat after we look at the new scientific papers. But I also want to check on how our YouTube short is doing. The one I just threw up on a whim yesterday. It's already got 25 likes. A life-size 3D printed baby Triceratops skeleton. Yeah. Pretty simple, but how many views does this have now? Let's find out. Let's go to shorts right here on the channel. 502 views. That's nuts in one day. For such a low effort video, YouTube has really got to be pushing those shorts really hard. Holy cow. And how is it doing on TikTok before it gets banned by the US government? It's already got 788 views. Holy moly. It's got more views than my Not a Dinosaur Pumpkin one. That one's been up for years. This just went up yesterday. A life-size 3D printed baby Triceratops skeleton. Yeah. That's nuts. I do not understand the algorithm or how it works. Such a low-effort video gets so many more views than something that I spent, an hour editing or more. Whatever. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get into those new scientific papers, shall we? Let's talk about this new critter, Hesperonyx, meaning a western claw. Let's see if I can get access to this paper. I am literally a member of this scientific society. I should be able to access the paper. It is paywalled, but I am a member of this scientific society. I pay my dues. I should be able to access the paper. So member login, JVP, Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, online access. And it should be one of these, right? There we go. This is it. Yes! Full access. And this is terrible UI. Where's the download link? View PDF. There we go. We got it.
Access granted.
An unexpected early diverging iguanodontian dinosaur from the Upper Jurassic of Portugal. So iguanodontian dinosaurs are ones like everybody's favorite, Iguanodon. This is actually Mantellosaurus, but yeah, Iguanodon. These are beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs from the Jurassic, but mostly the Cretaceous periods. They're cool critters. Iguanodon itself gets really big. Iguanodon bernissartensis is a big critter, larger than an elephant. But iguanodontians in general are kind of beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. Many of them have thumb spikes like this. Duckbill dinosaurs are, I think, actually a kind of derived iguanodontian. I think there's a general consensus about that nowadays. Iguanodontia. There we go. Yeah, everything from Camptosaurus to Dryosaurus, Iguanodon to Nontosaurus, and the duck-billed hadrosaurs there. So basically, everything from little speedos, small-bodied early diverging ornithischians, who are actually iguanodontians, like Dicatlosaurus, up to big ol' Magnamanus, and other critters like that. Iguanodontian dinosaurs are pretty cool critters. And now we've got a new one. An unexpected one. An unexpected early diverging iguanodontian dinosaur from the Upper Jurassic of Portugal. So what you're looking at right here is an actual scientific paper. Please do not be scared. Please do not be scared. I think it's really important to show this kind of thing on stream because as regular people who probably don't read scientific papers every day, you're probably hearing about scientific papers maybe about once a week, maybe. If you listen to the news or news radio or something like that, you know, you probably encounter this kind of thing. When you're driving to work or whatever, you're at a restaurant and you hear, you know, like those really chirpy, you know, radio personalities like, oh, Sandra, did you hear? Scientists have just released a new study that says that dark chocolate is actually good for your hair. And Sandra goes, oh, that's just great, because, you know, I love to eat chocolate. Oh, those scientists with their studies, man. That kind of inane banter is probably folks' most common kind of interaction with the scientific literature. When you're... that might be the only way that, like, scientific studies are kind of making themselves apparent to your everyday life, you know? Stuff like this. You hear on the news, scientists have released a new study that says blah, blah, blah. And yet you very rarely actually see the paper or read it or get the perspective of a scientist on it. scientific papers are not something to be scared of. They're not some like weird esoteric thing that you hear about on the news. You should be able to like look at these yourself if you want to, you know? I'm all about trying to make this stuff less opaque, trying to explain it, trying to demystify it. You know? I like the idea of anybody being able to look at a scientific paper and read it for themselves. And here you have one of those here. I think a lot of people go through their entire life without ever actually laying eyes on a scientific paper. And now every one of you watching right now, you're not one of those people. I'm not saying it's any fault of those people that they are not exposed to the scientific literature, but we as scientists should do a better job of communicating these ideas to everyday folks. And that's what I'm trying to do here, you know? So this is a scientific paper from the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. This is our, our journal as vertebrate paleontologists of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. This is our journal. JVP for short. Yeah. The scientific society I was talking about yesterday, the big meeting that I'm going to in Minneapolis over Halloween weekend this year, that's the same society. That is the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. We have our own journal, the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. And here is a paper within that journal. You tracking so far? Hope I haven't lost too many people. But yeah. Majestic Biscuit says, looks like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Really? They try and put eye-catching images on the front, I suppose. Yeah, but we don't have... It's been a long time since I've seen any gold foil issues of JVP. But you know what, I've got... Here we go. I've got some issues of JVP right here in my office. I haven't held on to too many of these, because they are bulky, and I prefer to just have the PDF, honestly. But, I do have them here on the bookshelf. Right here. Some issues of JVP. The Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. Not too many of us get the hardcover journals anymore, just because they take up so much space. And it's like, why even bother? If we can just get the PDFs online. These portable document files. This is what it looks like in the actual hardbound, or hard copy of the journal. Like this. Yeah. So a bit larger than a Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? I would think. More pages. But that's JVP right there. Yeah. But yeah. And Glued with Gold says, I wish these papers would get republished for lay people. A lot of the times news stories just give a glimpse or take things out of context. The technical language is a barrier for me. I've tried to read some before, but it'd take a lot to look up everything I mentioned that I don't know. Yeah, and everything you said there is 100% valid, Glued with Gold, and I agree with you. That's kind of why I'm trying to do this. You know? Sometimes when a paper is published, like this one right here that we're about to dive into, sometimes the team behind the paper, like these authors here, sometimes they will draft up a press release and they'll send that out to various news agencies and stuff. Usually, if you work at a university, then the university has a press office, and they're supposed to help you with this kind of thing. They don't always do a good job. Sometimes they mess up your press release. They rewrite it, get a bunch of stuff wrong. But sometimes they do a really good job. And then it makes its way into like a popular press article. Sci News is actually a wonderful place to get your news like this. This is something from today. Our second new dinosaur of the day already has a press article about it through Sci News here. And this tries to make it a little bit more digestible for the general public, for non-specialists, for people who are not in tune with the jargon. And then if you want to really put in some effort, then you might even put together a video like this. So this was another new Spinosaur, actually two new Spinosaurs. They seriously published 2 in one paper. Oh boy. But the university actually, I guess they have a press office with video capabilities, and they actually put together a video. Which is really cool, you know? Like, good for them for doing that. Come on, YouTube.
Have 2 new Spinosaurs. These are large theropod predatory dinosaurs that we are describing in the new paper, and they're from the Isle of Wight.
To have 2 individuals basically coming out from the same beach was quite a unique find.
The thing that was really exciting was that they're not the same animal as baryonyx, which was discovered in Surrey about 30 years ago.
Super sure
Even
about
more
that,
exciting, they're not even the same species as each other. They're new species.
We had 2 snouts, we had 2 faces, so we knew there was going to be 2 individuals in there at least.
I was one of the people who were lucky enough to be involved with finding some of this amazing Spinosaurid material. I saw some bones sticking out of the rock, and I excavated this carefully, and we took it down to the museum. I paced out how long it was from the bottom of the steps down onto the beach to the place I found, and I kept going back there. Several months later, I found a hole there, and I thought, oh, I'm too late. Someone else has dug something out of here, and it's probably the rest of the back of the skull. And indeed it was the brain case, and that was a chap called Brian Foster.
And just as it was getting dark, I spotted a section of bone that was sticking out of a sandstone nodule, which had been revealed by the beach. It's very rare to find dinosaur bone for me, so finding any bone is exciting. But the usual finds are of vertebrae, and you can usually recognise those. But this bone was a very peculiar shape.
We named one of them Ceratoseucops inferodius. Ceratoseucops means horned crocodile face, and then inferodius, the species name, means hell heron because of the presumed ecology. So herons often are thought to be fishers. They catch fish, but they have actually got quite a wide diet. We named the second specimen Ripara veneta milneri. Ripara veneta just means riverbank hunter for the same reasons. It's eating and catching stuff, in and around water. Milneri refers to Dr. Angela Milner, who worked at the Natural History Museum, who sadly passed away very recently, and she was a key player in Spinosaur paleontology.
Angela Milner described baryonyx along with Alan Cherig back in 1986. I referenced their paper very, very heavily in one of my upcoming papers.
They have a long snout, which is quite narrow. They have these long conical teeth, and this is suggestive of an animal which has a piscivorous diet, fish-eating diet.
And this is the brain case and
those are casts that he's holding right there.
And they
look like they're made of resin
relatively well. And what we notice here is the extremely large, what we call an orbital blast. It's basically just a really quite bulky protrusion of bone, which gives that eyebrow region a really sort of gnarly appearance.
Anyway, I wanted to show you this because if you really, as a researcher, if you really want to get your ideas out to the public in a way that's more difficult for news agencies and stuff like that to kind of like goof up and and convolute. Produce a video yourself and put it out there. I really like this approach, and it kind of helps demystify science a little bit. You know? You're not getting your science news from from Billy Joe and the Morning Zoo Crew, toilet flush sound effect. On the radio, you're getting it straight from the scientists. I really like this. And we as scientists nowadays, we have this opportunity to be able to do this, to produce videos and release them on the internet. Send the videos direct to the news agencies, and then they'll just repost it, you know? It's a 24-hour news cycle. You know, they've got to have content all the time. If you provide it to them, then they'll just reuse it. And there's less likelihood that they're going to introduce a bunch of mistakes along the way as they you know, as they prepare their broadcast. So, yeah, I really like this kind of thing. This is not the Spinosaur we're going to be talking about in a little bit. This is from 2 years ago. Holy cow. I'm getting old. But this is Ceratopsuchops and Rhiparovenator, both from the Isle of Wight. A few scraps of Spinosaur, apparently from 2 individuals. Well, from 2 individuals, not just apparently. But they're also claiming they're 2 different species, even though they're from the same exact beach. And may or may not be from the same time. I don't know. It's really difficult to do stratigraphy when you're literally just picking things up off of a beach that have fell down out of a cliff. But that's UK dinosaur paleontology for you. Anywho. Yeah. I hope that aside was helpful. Or at the very least, I hope it was entertaining. Let's get back to our paper here. With our brand new iguanodontian dinosaur, Hesperonyx. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to look at the abstract right here. The abstract is just a short summary of the paper. Think of it like the trailer for a movie, except it also gives away how the movie ends. There's spoilers included. Spoilers. I don't know. It's a scientific paper. We're not talking about spoiling it. It's not like a narrative in that respect. We want to know what the authors found, and this tells you what they found. So, abstract. Iguanodontia is a diverse clade of herbivorous ornithischian dinosaurs. So, beaky, plant-eating dinosaurs. They were speciose. They had a lot of species. They were diverse. And they were abundant during the Cretaceous and the Jurassic. Although the monophyly of Iguanodontia is well supported, monophyly means they are actually a real group of animals. It's not like you've got a bunch of different critters that are not related, that just happen to look kind of similar, and so like, oh, we're going to call them the same group. It's like, no, this actually is monophyly. This is one group of animals that descended from a single common ancestor. They're actually related to each other. That's what monophyly means. Although the monophyly of Iguanodontia is well supported, it is a real group, they're all related to each other. Their internal relationships have sparked heated debate due to several phylogenetic paradigm shifts. So there's been a lot of arguing among paleontologists about which Iguanodontians are actually more closely related to which other ones. Deciphering the familial relationships, like the family relationships of these animals, has been tricky, they're saying here. Late Jurassic, basally branching Iguanodontians. So in the late Jurassic period, the ones that kind of evolve first and branch out, in particular, are not well understood in terms of their systematic affinities. So it's hard to tell who's actually related to who, and their evolutionary relevance. So which ones are actually important may have given rise to other ones, and which ones are just kind of side branches that go nowhere. Is this translation working so far? I hope this is helping you stay on track as we're talking about this. I'm trying to like translate as we go, you know? Yeah. Their fossil record in Europe is meager compared to with North America. Yeah, not a lot of fossils from Europe, honestly. With only a few species currently recognized from Europe. 2 taxa are currently known from the Upper Jurassic of England. I think that's Calovosaurus and maybe Hypsilophodon? Oh wait, no, hang on. The basally branching Styracosternid. Styracosternins are ones that've got a thumb spike. Cumnoria prestwichi, and the putative Dryasaurid Calovosaurus. Leads I did say Calovosaurus. In the Upper Jurassic of Portugal, the Styracosternin Draconix laureiroi, and the Dryasaurid Eusdryasaurus nanohalicis are presently the only described basally branching iguanodontians. So we don't have a lot of these critters from Europe. So this new one might prove to be pretty important. Here we report a new species of early diverging iguanodontian from the Upper Jurassic Lourinhã Formation of west central Portugal. The new species is clearly distinguished from all other coeval taxa by an exclusive combination of characters that include a tibia, shin bone, with a nemial crest that is directed craniolaterally and a fibular condyle that is angled at 90 degrees with respect to its proximal epiphysis, a fibula with symmetrical proximal margins, and a reduced metatarsal 1. The phylogenetic relationship of the Lourinhã iguanodontian were explored using maximum parsimony and Bayesian inference. The 2 analyses recover the Lourinhã iguanodontian as an indeterminate dryamorphin, so I guess kind of related to Dryosaurus, probably? With more precise affinities precluded due to the current available material. So they don't have a lot of bones to go on here, so it's kind of difficult to say exactly whom it's related to. Body size is estimated between 3 and 4 meters for the holotype specimen, adding to the diversity of smaller ornithopods already recognized in the paleoichnological record of the Lourinhã Formation. Did they do histo on it, though? Is the animal full grown, or is it just small because it's a juvenile? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Let's look at some of their figures here. Here, this is lovely. They've got a beautiful strat chart here, showing not just time, but also magnetic reversals here. And it's crazy that those magnetic... No, those have got to be meters. Those are not magnetic reversals. That's confusing. The black and white bars right here, usually when you see this in a strat chart, that signifies magnetic reversals. So like here's a period of, the poles being where they are today and then the poles shifting. So they do that a lot in the history of life on Earth. And that's a way to kind of keep track of time. That's not what that means here. These are actually meters. This is finer scale than I thought. This is beautiful. And look, right here in the key, we've got gray marl right there. We were talking about marl yesterday. Remember that, chat? We were talking about those fossil deposits in New Jersey. There's a callback there. Anyways, this is a strat chart. What you're looking at here are different kinds of rocks. You can use this chart to decipher it. Use this legend here. And our dinosaur is from right here in the horizon. And so what they're doing here basically is there we go. Lovely. Oh, well, shoot, that's my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, right there. I didn't try and work it out this way, but of course we'd find a strat chart from Denver. This is a graphical representation. This is like a chart that Denver has put together. A strat chart in the Hell Creek. Like this. Got the Z-coal, that's the KPG boundary up there. And then you've got these different sandstones and coals. You've got these mudstones and other stuff and shale down here, the Bear Paw Shale. As a geologist or a paleontologist trained in geology, you can go up the side of a cliff like this, or a hillside, or an exposure like that, and you can track the changes in the rocks and create what we call a strat chart. This is a strat chart right here. That's also what they have in our paper that we're looking at right here. This is one that's in color, though, which is really nice. A lot of journals don't allow that. It's helpful when it's in color, in my opinion. But it's the same kind of deal. So I'm just trying to point out this is what this refers to. Is like, this actually corresponds to the real rocks in real life. Very, very careful study of these rocks in a sequence like this helps you understand what's going on in this ancient environment. And if any of you ever have the chance to go out into the field with a sedimentary geologist or a stratigrapher and watch them interpret the rocks like this, it's kind of amazing. You know, you walk up the hillside with them and they'll be using their rock hammer to take, you know, samples of the rock, and they'll pick it up. Sometimes they'll put it into their mouth. They'll kind of go, chew it up a little bit, see what the grain size is. You can kind of taste that as a geologist. With enough practice, you can say, well, this is kind of the same consistency as like Hershey's chocolate, or no, this is much more gritty, much more sandy. You can taste the grain size. You can taste the lithology with enough practice. And so you just kind of do that as you're working your way up here and you're taking notes the entire time. This is how we build a strat section. Denver taught me how to do this back in 2012. And it's really, really cool stuff. And you can interpret what's going on in the environment. Like a mudstone, it's like, oh, well, shoot, this is a quiet body of water. This is kind of swampy, or it might be a lake. Different signatures in the rock will tell you, like, how much energy is in that environment. Is the water flowing, or is it still? And then you get into a sandstone, a channel. The larger the particles, the more energy there is in a system. The more energy is required to move those particles through the system. So the larger classes you have, the higher energy environment it is. Stuff like that. And sometimes you see, like, oh, this was a lake, and then eventually, like, the river came over in this direction and it just became part of the stream flow. And then you've got this channel, this, like, you know, this braided stream system going through here. And then the channel pinches out, it finds upwards. And then you're basically deciphering a story of what was happening in this environment tens of millions of years ago. It's pretty incredible. Mary L says, I never knew geology could be so interesting. I'm not even telling you the half of it. Mary, holy moly, is it fascinating stuff. You go out into the field with a sequence stratigrapher and they'll be able to tell you, oh yeah, so right here you can see how you've got a lot of accommodational space here. You've got a lot of sediment building up here. That's because the mountains to the west were building up at the time. They're creating a larger basin. There's more material sloughing off down into here, filling up that accommodational space. And then those mountains stop, and then the basin fills up, and then you've got less deposition of sediment. And so they can basically tell you what the mountains are doing hundreds or thousands of miles away based on what these strata look like. It's really, really cool stuff. You know? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Here, I kind of wonder if we can find a brief video on sequence stratigraphy. It's not a subject that really lends itself to brevity, but let's take a look at this. The Tropic Shale in Utah. Randy Blood is this guy's name. Let's see if this is helpful. Oh, very cool. Okay. So far, so good. DRB Geological Consulting. You can make a living as a geological detective in a lot of different fields. More so than as a paleontologist. Geologists tend to get paid more than paleontologists.
So welcome to Utah and the tropic shale. I want to go over the stratigraphy with you real quick that I've been messing around in here and what we're looking for. So if you look at this unit that's right here on this angle,
this
you
is
can see
great.
it going down this canyon, which is
this is
incredibly
great.
nice looking. This
Yes!
is the Naturita Formation.
Naturita, yeah!
Locally in this area, it's also known as the Dakota Formation.
Yeah, so shoot. Chat, we're talking about Spinosaurs today. Oh, I love this. Jim Kirkland says, and I think he's got a good point, that if we ever find Spinosaurs in North America, they're going to be in the Naturita Formation. If you want to find a North American Spinosaur, look in the Naturita Formation. It's exactly the right age. It's before Spinosaurs go extinct, but it's at the same time that you see Spinosaurs in South America, and Europe, and Africa, in Asia. We don't have any from North America, but he's really looked in rocks of the right age and the right type, because these also are like either close to shore marine systems or like shallow water brackish environments, the same kind of environment that you find Spinosaurs in on other continents. If you're going to find a North American Spinosaur, it's going to be in the Naturita Formation. I think Jim's right about this. And yeah, here it is here.
Canyon, which is incredibly nice looking. This is the Naturita Formation, which is what it's called locally in this area. It's also known as the Dakota Formation elsewhere. And this is a series of like terrestrial sandstone deposits and things like that. And then if you look out here, you can see these darker gray shales.
See those?
That's the tropic shale, and that's what we're having fun with in here, looking for fossils.
Find
so this is a
mosasaurs in
marine
there.
transgression that comes into here, and I'm not exactly.
So a marine transgression means that you've got this seaway that is coming in. Sea levels rise, and the ocean swamps these areas. Yeah, what we're looking at here is let's go to say 90 million years ago, or 105 million. That'll do it. Yeah. It's maybe slightly too young, but that's okay. You've got this inland sea that moves in here, and then let's jump to 90. 90 million years ago, it just cuts North America in two. So Utah is what, right here? That's not even, yeah. Anyway, at one point the ocean had actually reached Utah, and that's what we're seeing there. In this, you've got what we call the Western Interior Seaway. Sea levels are constantly rising and falling throughout the history of life on Earth. And that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Yeah.
Fossils. So this is a marine transgression that comes into here, and I'm not exactly sure of the stratigraphy. I suspect that maybe these dark gray bands up in there maybe represent maximum flooding in that area, but I can't say for sure in there. But the also the Cenomanian-Turonian boundary and that ocean anoxic event 2 occurs in this horizon here as well. So that's really interesting. And then you can see it starts passing up into more regressive deposits there, where you can start seeing more of these siltstones coming in here. This is actually, my understanding, is a Pleistocene truncation that you see in some areas, but if you look out this way here, you can see this passing up into these blockier sandstones and interbedded siltstones and coals, and that's the overlying Straight Cliffs Formation, which I believe is what makes up a lot of Grand Staircase, Escalante, and those sorts of things. This is the contact between the tropic shale and the Naturita, and it's interesting, it's just this pavement of oysters through.
Majestic Biscuit says, I wonder if there's an easy way to determine rock age. geological maps are your best bet for that. If you're talking about like you going out and doing that, yeah. It gets complicated if you're exploring in a new area and you're trying to determine the exact numeric age of certain rocks. When you're looking at geologic maps, so it's a geological map of the state of Utah right here. And this basically shows you different parts of Utah with like very, very broad scale, like this is the age of the rocks in certain areas. But the more you zoom in, the more complicated it gets. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. But if you can actually go out there and hold hands with a geologist, you like the song, and she can walk you through this, that is really, really cool. This past summer in June, I was driving a van full of paleontologists and geologists all over Utah. And just having them point out the window and say, yeah, that's what's going on here, especially Jim Kirkland. He knows more about Utah geology than almost anybody. Just pointing out the window and saying, oh, yep, there's the contact between the Natarita and the Mancos. I've been working on making the Mancos a proper formation, not just a member or whatever. That's pretty special. You know, it's like time traveling in a way. It's really, really cool. So yeah.
Here, really, really neat. And then if we swing around here, here's the tropic shale in cross section, and we have a number of concretion horizons in here that may have ammonites in them. So that's what we're going to go after.
What I find interesting about these oyster bed pavements is that they do a good job of demonstrating the difference between sequence stratigraphy and lithostratigraphy.
Yeah.
Clearly, these oyster beds belong to the Natarita Formation, which is dominated by sandstones and siltstones, but they are also clearly a transition between the underlying terrestrial deposits and the overlying marine deposits, in the sense that these represent sort of a lagoonal facies that are in there, which means that the regression, the maximum regression surface, is somewhere down in the Natarita Formation. Yet the sequence stratigraphic unit that we're interested in captures from that regressive surface.
So I don't know. Those of you who might not be experienced in fossils, he's picking up a bunch of fossils right here. So there's fossils right there embedded in this. There's a fossil mollusk right there. He's got another one right here, big fossil oyster, some other kind of, marine mollusk like this. Yeah.
That we're interested in captures from that regressive surface up through these oyster beds into these marine shales of the tropic that are concretion bearing up somewhere to that maximum flooding surface, which then would
look at that big honking one.
The maximum transgression before
that
we
smooth
start
shell
going
there?
into overlying regressive deposits there. So again, we're not correlating similar rock types, we're correlating units of time. Now, these concretion units are very interesting to me. They look very, very familiar to what I've seen in the middle and upper Devonian of the Appalachian Basin.
There's a bit of an ammonite stuck in there. You see that right there? Lovely.
Are oblate spheroids. Some of these beds are rather continuous concretionary carbonate. Texturally, the calcite looks very similar. They have septeria through them. So although I don't have the geochemical data, I would strongly suspect that they formed under the same types of conditions that other concretions I have looked at have. Now, again, these host three-dimensional fossils in them, but it does not, there doesn't appear to be any evidence that those concretions are sited on these fossils. Rather, it looks like they were incorporated into the concretionary carbonate, which led to their three-dimensional preservation.
Anyway, interesting stuff.
So that's a brief look at the stratigraphy of this section out here. I hope that you enjoyed it and maybe picked something up there, learned a little something from all that, and thanks for watching.
Good stuff. Yeah. Pretty neat. Here, I'll give you a link to that video right here. Good stuff. So, as a paleontologist, if you're going to be out in the field doing fieldwork, digging up dinosaurs, it helps to know a thing or two about geology. I'll just put it gently like that. And if you really want to understand this stuff, if you want to understand the stratigraphic context of these fossils, that'll help you a lot in understanding so much about dinosaur paleobiology and evolution and everything else. So yeah. Anyway, so a strat section here for this new iguanodontian dinosaur. It is from right there in the Lourinhã Formation of Portugal. And we've got some kind of complicated in the weeds description of the animal's particular osteology. As a paleontologist, when you find something that you think might be new, might be a new dinosaur, you study its skeletal anatomy as closely as you can. You read as much as you can about its close relatives, and then you draw comparisons. And here they're claiming that this animal is different enough from its relatives to be named as a new species and a new genus. And so we've got detailed descriptions of these different anatomical areas. The tibia, right there. Description and remarks. You've got this lovely claw right here. The name Hesperonyx means western claw, and this is from the western shore of Portugal. Western shore of Europe there. So it's an appropriate name, and they've got this beautiful ungule here, this beautiful claw. Very nice. Yeah, one of the hand claws. And you've got these other elements. This is a fibula. What is this? C and D. Oh, yep, fibula. That's the same bone in C and D, just different angles. That sort of thing. HD and HB, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And there's a hindfoot right there. Those metatarsals. Some of them a little bit scrunched up. You might have some pieces missing here. I don't know if that's because of erosion or because somebody dug through it or what happened there. Could even be prior to fossilization. And then you've got nice pedal digits. And yeah, here too, it's almost like this is deformed diagenetically. Interesting. Like after burial, just stuff's happening with these rocks. They're shifting and they're moving. This is presumably on like a sea cliff or somewhere near to there. A lot of these Portuguese dinosaurs are right there next to the ocean on these sea cliffs, almost like you have on the Isle of Wight. And there we go. Here is this new critter. Lumped in with the non-dryasaurid dryamorphans. That's not confusing. And this, so kind of like Camptosaurus or Jacksonyx. You know, they're saying it's probably similar to this animal right here. Which is cool. Which is pretty cool. These are beaky plant-eating dinosaurs. that would later go on to kind of inherit the Earth. Holy cow, when their descendants, the duck-billed dinosaurs, spread out across the globe and they are immensely successful, these guys are kind of pioneers. They walked so the duck-billed dinosaurs could run, you know? Yeah. Here, let's see if I can find you a YouTube video. Camptosaurus is not a very popular dinosaur in documentaries and stuff, but we have a PBS Kids section with Camptosaurus with Scott Sampson. I guess we'll start with that.
Have you ever snuck around on tiptoe? If you have, you've been imitating a dinosaur. Because all dinosaurs walked around on their tiptoes all the time.
Sorry this video is so quiet. That's literally as high as the volume goes.
Camptosaurus is a plant-eating dinosaur,
oh, there we go. That's better.
That lived in the late Jurassic time period, about 150 million years ago.
Yeah.
And if you look at those back legs, you'll see that Camptosaurus is up on its tiptoes.
Yeah, like all dinosaurs.
Camptosaurus was even cooler than that. In addition to walking around on its hind legs, it could get down onto all fours when it needed to move slowly, like maybe when it was feeding. So it could shift from two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive. How cool is that?
Yeah.
And then shift from four-wheel drive to two-wheel drive.
I've done a live stream from this museum. This is the Los Angeles County Museum.
You're out tiptoeing around, sneaking up on somebody. You are actually
Los Angeles Museum of Natural History. Anyway, Camptosaurus. Let's try this, I guess. Yeah. We don't know if they actually hung out with Stegosaurus, but it's a neat idea. That's fun. There's lots of animals today that have mutualistic relationships like this. Camptosaurus. I kind of hate these chopped up videos where they just chop up the narration. It's like, oh, we only want every shot that has this dinosaur in it. It's like, in that case, just remove the audio, you know? Yeah. And what is up with are these termite mounds? I don't think termites made mounds like that until the Cenozoic. Yeah. And Mary L., I think a symbiotic relationship is just a very strong mutualistic relationship. I think one is a particular subset of another. And there's Allosaurus chasing those Camptosaurs. Anyway, the animation in this is kind of goofy. Yeah, anyway, Camptosaurus, you get the idea. That's basically the kind of dinosaur that we're looking at here. Our new critter, Hesperonyx. When you're thinking of this animal, Camptosaurus is a good kind of baseline. When you're thinking about this critter, think of Camptosaurus and you'll be pretty close to what this is. Yeah. And yeah, some aging 3D rendering there. Exactly, Nostalgia Nerd, yes. Yes, indeed. So yeah. And our new critter comes out, yeah, right here. Wait, sister taxon to Dryosaurus? That's interesting. Huh. Okay. All right. Neat. Yeah. Excuse me. Very cool. So there's the paper right there. Yeah. And here's a link. If you are a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, you can access it through that. Otherwise, you can go and read the abstract on that page. And yeah. So welcome to the world, or I should say welcome back to the world, Hesperonyx. Brand new dinosaur. Cool stuff. So yeah. And with that done, we have got another brand new dinosaur to talk about here. So for those of you who waltzed in recently, let's play the fossil news sting one more time, and then we'll get into it. Here we go. All right, our second main story tonight. We've got a brand new Spinosaurid from Spain. Our second new dinosaur from the Iberian Peninsula for tonight. Here we go. This one already has a press article about it, which is cool. New genus and species of Spinosaurid dinosaur being named Rioja venatrix lacustris, which means the Rioja hunter, or Rioja stalker hunter? Yeah, lacustris means like from the lake, has been discovered by University of the Basque Country paleontologist Eric Isasmendi and his colleagues. And this is kind of a generic representation of a Spinosaurid right here, similar to like Baryonyx, and it's got a lungfish in its jaws. Lungfishes may have been one of the primary food sources for these animals. We find them in the same kind of habitat. Where we find Spinosaurs, we find lungfish. So, interesting to think about. A Spanosaurid, says Beats International. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. Spinosaurids are a family of large theropod dinosaurs known from the mid-Cretaceous period. Early and mid-Cretaceous, yes. These dinosaurs are characterized by long skulls with conical teeth, a lot like crocodile teeth, that are convergent with those of crocodilians, and robust limbs with a massive thumb claw, like on Baryonyx. I'm currently working on Spinosaurids. This is... If there is one group of dinosaurs that is my group of dinosaurs, currently it is Spinosaurids. They grew to enormous size, and at least one species, Spinosaurus aegypticus, grew as large or larger than Tyrannosaurus rex. In many Spinosaurid species, the neural spines of their vertebrae were significantly elongated and formed a sail on the dinosaur's back. Let me show you what all this means. Spinosauridae. These are two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs, mostly fish-eating dinosaurs, we think. They tend to have these long, crocodile-like jaws. Not tend to, they all do. Long, crocodile-like jaws. They've got teeth that are just like the teeth of crocodiles. Right down to the fluting pattern on the teeth, which is really interesting. Spinosaurid teeth had been misidentified as crocodile teeth in many, many, many cases over the years. We usually find them in specific kinds of environments. They're always near water. Whether it's a lake, whether it's a delta or a lagoonal system, sometimes even in like shallow marine settings, Spinosaurs are always found near the coast, it seems, or nearish to the coast usually, and like in an environment where they could catch fish. We've got a general consensus nowadays that Spinosaurids were fish-eating dinosaurs. They ate other things too. In fact, we have direct evidence that they ate things like pterosaurs. There have been Spinosaur teeth found embedded in, or a Spinosaur tooth found embedded in, the neck bone of a pterosaur, of a flying reptile. So they're probably eating whatever they can catch, but they're probably mostly eating fish. Where they're hanging out, and their anatomy, their long crocodile-like jaws, their robust forelimbs, their big hook-like claws, all seem to be adaptations for catching
The wingspan
fish.
of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Paleosalute.
Tommy Plodicus, 15 months right there. That's 15 dings or thereabouts. Thank you, Tommy Plodicus, for your ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, and welcome back. So yeah. They're really cool critters, the Spinosaurids. Some of them are fairly small, and some of them are some of the biggest meat-eating animals that ever lived, like Spinosaurus. The thing that constantly plagues us about Spinosaur research is that their remains tend to be very fragmentary. We do not have a single complete skeleton of any Spinosaurid anywhere in the world. They've been found on, I think, 4 or 5 continents at this point. Africa and Europe, Asia and South America, possibly Australia. They've not yet been found in Antarctica or North America. But again, yet. It could be that they had cosmopolitan distribution when they were around, but we just haven't found their material in Antarctica or North America yet. North America is surprising, because we've got so many, like, North America is by far the best studied continent when it comes to dinosaur evolution and dinosaur diversity. Not a single scrap of a Spinosaurid, it seems, from anywhere in North America yet. But who knows? If you look in the Natarita Formation, you might find some, like we were talking about earlier. Maybe someday. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And it's sort of a grizzly gator. There you go, HD. Kind of. That's one way to think about them. Again, I'm currently working on Spinosaurids. There's a paper that I'll be publishing. I need to submit it for publication before I leave for the field this year. So before the end of May. I'll hopefully be working on it again this weekend. I'm excited to do that, actually. But I'm working on how these animals actually would have caught fish. There's a lot of kind of wacky ideas about how they did that. We're pretty confident that they're catching and eating fish. They seem to be specialized for fish eating, specialized for what we call piscivory, having a diet of fishes. But there's a lot of there's been a lot of kind of wacky ideas about how they did that, and nobody's really... I hope to be constraining our thoughts on Spinosaurid fishing techniques through publishing this paper. I'll put it that way. Yeah. They're cool critters. They're very cool critters. Spinosaurids are pretty neat animals. And Spinosaurus itself is kind of a big mystery in a lot of ways. We're still figuring this critter out and getting confused by it. I I've got a lot of thoughts about this animal that I can't necessarily share at the moment, but I will be soon, I hope. That paper submitted for publication. Yeah. But yeah. Grizzly bears are one of the animals I looked at, HD and HB, for trying to understand fishing behavior in spinosaurids. So, more on that soon. Let's see. Bless me. Back to the press release here for the paper. In many spinosaurid species, the neural spines of their vertebrae were significantly elongated and formed a sail on the dinosaur's back. Like we see in, for instance, Spinosaurus. That's a pretty decent Spinosaurus there. Well, kind of. That's an okay one. I like Mark Whitten's work, but I feel like there's... yeah. Yeah. Also, we've got Suchomimus, with its elongated neural spines. There we go. Really long spines coming off of the animal's backbone. Those neural spines are elongate in Suchomimus. Interesting stuff. Yeah. I think, like they show here, it probably supported kind of a fleshy hump that we see. Lovely, lovely, lovely Suchomimus reconstruction from PNSO. You can actually buy this model. It's gorgeous. It's really lovely. It's really lovely. Good stuff. And, oh, and this one's really good too. Oh, that's the same one. Just from a different angle. But yeah, I really like the pose here. Really like the coloration and the robustness of the forelimbs. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous work from PNSO. Really lovely. Pretty cool. Yeah. And very funny roast end with those short arms. I think they needed to fish in packs, holding the net between them. Oh boy. And oil is not made from dinosaurs, Daman of Daman. It's basically made from, like, ancient plankton. Plankton are a lot more common than dinosaurs. Not just today, but back during the age of dinosaurs as well. Yeah. Murph says, how well could its mouth reach its hands? Well, it's got a very long snout, and it's got pretty long forelimbs. It would have no trouble reaching between its, like, you know, touching its fingers to its nose, if you want to put it that way. Yeah. Yeah. That's really lovely, actually. Holy cow. How much is this? That would be nice to have. Should I put that on the Amazon wish list? Oh man, it is gorgeous, but... okay. Interesting choice of music. Okay, a slideshow with music. Great. I'm gonna put this on the wish list, I think, because why not? On my wish list. There we go. Nice. Oh, and I just, yeah. Here, let me take this off of the wish list, because it turns out I don't actually need that. There we go. Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. But yeah. HD says, did they find fossils when drilling for oil? Like, is that how they got linked? Well, so... Here, I feel like people have questions about this. We can do a brief detour. We can talk about how oil is formed. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. From Earth Science Western Australia.
Powers our electricity and allows us to cook our food and heat our water. Most of today's energy needs are met by fossil fuels, like coal, oil, and gas.
So they're called fossil fuels because they're underground. The word fossilis, I think it's Greek, or it's Greek derived. That means dug up.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
And Red Zed, thank you, Red Zed, for the 18 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here, Red Zed. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so they are formed from ancient organisms. Coal is made from ancient plants. Oil, petroleum, is made from ancient marine microorganisms like plankton. And gas, natural gas, you know, methane, is kind of a byproduct of oil and coal production. Well, sort of. It's like... Anyway, they'll explain it better than I can. Take a look. Oh, YouTube is being real slow today. Yeah.
These unique, high-energy fuels are non-renewable resources that took millions of years to form.
Yep.
About 2 billion years ago, marine organisms like algae and microscopic animals and plants died and settled on the ocean floor.
2 billion years ago. Yeah, okay.
Beneath other sediments in the ocean,
Australia,
and in the absence of oxygen, these fossils changed into a substance called kerogen.
Yeah.
Under heat and pressure, kerogen gradually changes into oil or gas. The whole process usually takes at least 1 million years.
And heated, like that, cooked, basically.
At the molecular level, oil and gas are hydrocarbons made up of hydrogen and carbon atoms. The constant pressure and movement of the Earth's crust squeezes oil and gas through the pores or spaces within rocks.
This information so far seems pretty good,
Some oil and gas reaches the Earth's surface and seeps out naturally into land or water.
And we call that, you know, like the La Brea tar pits, which is a redundant term. La Brea means the tar in Spanish. So the La Brea tar pits means the tar pits in English. But yeah, the tar at La Brea is liquid asphalt, which asphalt is like a combination of petroleum and sand and maybe a few other substances like that. So that it creates this really sticky, gooey, it's a death trap. So, yeah. And the Los Angeles Angels baseball team was the Angels. There you go, Diagonal. You know, LA really has a knack for that, doesn't it? Yeah. And there you go, Beards. Use your PIN number in the ATM machine. Yeah, there you go, HD. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Often it is trapped beneath the surface by impermeable layers or rock structures, like faults and folds. Within the crust, oil or gas deposits build up and form reservoirs. Reservoirs are like vast sponges filled with oil and gas. They can be as large as a city. To find oil and gas deposits, geologists use a number of different survey techniques, including seismic surveys, gravitational surveys, and geological mapping.
Yep.
Seismic surveys use reflected sound waves to produce a 3D view of the Earth's interior. New technologies, such as four-dimensional projections and sophisticated graphic renderings of rock structures, are improving the way we find conventional oil and gas deposits.
Yeah, this is all true. I want to advocate against the finding of future oil deposits, though, for the purpose of extracting them and then burning them and then further exacerbating the climate crisis that we currently find ourselves in. That sort of thing will be the death of us all if we don't stop it soon. So, yeah. Here's hoping that all of the Earth's petroleum companies are swiftly nationalized by nations around the globe so that they can cease production of carbon emissions and, well, shoot. I don't know. Step off of that soapbox now. We're not even supposed to be talking about this. Let's get back to Spinosaurids. Yeah. And Pink Ranger of Power says 2 new dinosaurs were released, just published today. The second one we're talking about right here. Rioja venatrix, just named from Spain. Today. Hot off the press. The newly identified Spinosaurid lived in what is now Spain during the early Cretaceous period around 120 million years ago. So let me show you what Earth would have looked like back then, 120 million years ago. So, there's North America up here. South America is still connected to Africa. You've got Asia, and you've got Europe over here. So Europe, for most of the Age of Dinosaurs, Europe is kind of like a series of small islands in like a shallow tropical sea. And so Spain, yeah. I'm not sure which part of Spain this animal is from. I guess we'll see it in the paper. But from somewhere near the coast, presumably. What's this animal? We just talked about an animal, a new iguanodontian, from the west coast of Portugal here, and now we're talking about a new dinosaur from Spain. So it's a big week for new dinosaurs from the Iberian Peninsula. Yeah. And you're from Portugal. Very cool, Oops Kapoots. Very nice. Yeah. I think it was from the Basque area. You might be right, Majestic Biscuit. Yeah, it was a university in Basque, right? So near here. Nice. Yeah, so this part of Spain is today dry land, but would have been underwater at the time. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Scientifically named Rioja venatrix lacustris, the species was up to 7 to 8 meters long and weighed 1.5 tons, or thereabouts. This is an estimate. Rioja venatrix lacustris is one of the last... Spy Guy 101, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Rioja venatrix lacustris is one of the last Iberian and European Spinosaurid species, Isamendi and co-authors said. It retains a triangular pubic boot, like the megalosaurids, and a medial condyle of the femur that shows a transitional stage between the anteroposterior-oriented long axis of non-Spinosaurid theropods and the posteromedially oriented long axis of the Spinosauridae. Which is interesting. Those are surprisingly, conservative basal traits for an animal that would be this late in the reign of the Spinosaurids, but yeah. They don't have a whole lot from it. So the parts of it that are highlighted here in red are the parts that they actually have of this animal. Not a lot. Not a lot. I don't know if I would have named an entirely new species and genus of dinosaur based on this material, but man, this has been happening again and again and again in Europe recently with new Spinosaurids. Oh, wait. Notorious X Toast. Notorious Toast, thank you for the follow 2 minutes ago. And Spy Guy, thank you for your follow also. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that magenta color, that's it. That's all we have from this animal here. It's not the worst. It's not a single bone, but it's also not great. You know? It's not the best. Yeah. I'm wondering if somebody dug through the femur here. Like, if this fossil was originally found on where there's like a backhoe was digging in order to dig foundations for a house or a building or something, that would explain why half of the femur is missing, big chunk of the ischium, big chunk of the pubis, big chunk of the tibia. That section of the fibula missing might be because somebody dug through that right there. Maybe like with hand tools. Yeah. Anyway. The fossilized bones from Rioja venatrix were collected from the Enciso group of the Cameros Basin and La Rioja, Spain. Along with Rioja venatrix lacustris, 5 spinosaurids have now been described from the lower Cretaceous of the Iberian Peninsula, the paleontologist said. And these guys might be oversplit. The other Iberian spinosaurids are Camaryllosaurus from Aragon, Valibona venatrix, and Protathlitis from Valencia. Protathlitis just described last year. And Iberospinus from Portugal. Fossil remains testify that the Iberian Peninsula was home to a large, diverse assemblage of these carnivorous dinosaurs. The numerous discoveries within the Cyconic group raise multiple new questions about the ecology of these animals, said Dr. Elena Cuesta, paleontologist at the Museum of Paleontology, Egidio Furuglio, and Ludwig Maximilian University. How did these species coexist with one another? And are they actually different species? That's another question they should be asking. Questions like this are prompting us to consider again future, more detailed studies into Spinosaurids, which are sure to yield significant results. And let's see if I can access the paper here. If I can't get it here, get access. Ooh, I can't. Well, I stopped by the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley oh shoot, it's upstairs. I have the PDF on a flash drive on my keychain. So I will be right back, but find a video on Spinosauridae real quick. Yeah. Here, take a look at this. I don't know if this is going to be any good, but just take a look at it while I go grab that. I will be right back. This is like a size comparison for different Spinosaurids that have been found. Take all of these reconstructions with a grain of salt. They're often based on very limited fossil material. Ignore the coloration, obviously, that's speculative, but yeah, I'll be right back. All right. There we go. Copy. And, oops, sorry. Paste. There we go. Good stuff. Here is our paper.
Access granted.
Yeah, good stuff. So because I was at the museum this morning, I was able to actually gain access to this. Yeah. My printer still has a cable and no, there you go, HD, yeah. Yeah, there's that old joke about the more you know about network systems and stuff like that, the more likely you are to just have a LaserJet printer that's usually not hooked up to anything. Anyway, yeah. Increasing the theropod record of Europe, a new basal spinosaurid from the Enciso group of the Camaros Basin, La Rioja, Spain, evolutionary implications, and paleobiodiversity. Big team here. Big team here. Holy cow. So, let's take a look again at the abstract. This is just like a short summary of the paper here. I'll do my best to translate this for you. We're going to read this all the way through, just the abstract here, because this is, again, just a short summary. So don't get too scared. I'll hold your hand. I'll walk you through it, okay? You ready? Let's do it. A new member of Spinosauridae, that's the Spinosaur family, from the Enciso group, the uppermost Beremian to lower Aptian. So that's a particular geological sequence. Uppermost Beremian to lower Aptian is here. When we're talking about the history of life on Earth, the geological column, we're talking about the Cretaceous period here, which ends 66 million years ago. When the asteroid hits, it's the end of the age of dinosaurs. And this starts about 145 million years ago, the Cretaceous. Before that, you've got the Jurassic and the Triassic. Dinosaurs first evolve about here. And they do, they're kind of small through the Triassic. They take over the world at the beginning of the Jurassic. And they hold on to it throughout the Cretaceous. Here, the uppermost Beremian to the lower Aptian, those are these stages here. The uppermost Beremian to the lower Aptian. So we're talking about still the lower Cretaceous here. Yeah. The last of the Spinosaurids, like Spinosaurus, seem to go extinct at the end of the Cenomanian. Here. About 90 million years ago. 94 million years ago, something like that. But the animal we're talking about here, our new Spanish Spinosaur, lived about 125 million years ago. Just to give you a frame of reference there. About 125 is our number. But yeah. It is from Igea, La Rioja, Spain. And let's take a look at that. Yeah. So that's up here in Spain, La Rioja. In the Basque region, I believe. Cool. Yeah, this new member of Spinosauridae is here erected on the basis of axial, pelvic girdle, and hind limb elements. So axial means the vertebral column. It means the vertebrae and the skull. They don't have any skull here, so it's just vertebrae. They've got vertebrae, they've got pelvic girdle, that's bones from the hips, and bones from the hind limbs, the legs, back legs, that exhibit a unique combination of characters. And anytime you hear that phrase, unique combination of characters, in a paper like this, it's a suggestion that that should be not a red flag, but maybe a kind of light orange flag. It's like, if they're talking about a unique suite of characters, it's like, okay, they don't have anything that really, really stands out on its own, necessarily. But like, yeah, this combination of characteristics like this together is kind of funny. Yeah. Rioja venatrix lacustris, gen et spanov. Gen et spanov, that phrase means this is a new genus. Nov means like nove. It's the same like root word as like novel. Like, oh, that's pretty novel. New. New genus, new species. It's one of the latest Iberian and European spinosaurid taxa found so far. It retains a triangular pubic boot. The pubic boot is the lower part of the pubis. So, when I used to do Q&A about the Tyrannosaurus here in Berkeley, one of the most common questions that I would get is, what's that big funny looking thing hanging down between its legs? And no, it's not anything dirty. It's just the pubis right there. So Tyrannosaurus didn't have a big old pubic boot. This is one of the hip bones. Let me annotate this for you. Here we go. So let's do this in... Oh no, the thing is back... It's backwards again. It shouldn't be backwards. It's reversed. Oh shoot, I'll use the mouse. We have the hips here. This is the ilium right here. These are the same hip bones that you have. They just look a lot different in T-Rex than they look in you. And other theropod dinosaurs too. They look very different. You've got the ischium, which goes back like this. This is mostly hidden here behind the femur, but I'm drawing an outline for you. And then you have the pubis right here. The pubis is the one that sticks out in front in Saurischian dinosaurs. I'm literally just drawing with my mouse here, so forgive the handwriting. Pubis right here. That is this guy, the pubis. So this is what we call the pubic boot down here. The pubic boot. It's like a boot at the end of the pubis, you know? Does that make sense? So, this animal retains a triangular pubic boot, like megalosaurids. That's considered like a primitive characteristic. So it's kind of like triangle shaped. It's not going to be super big in this critter. Again, going back to here, it's not super big, that pubic boot. It's way bigger in Tyrannosaurs. Those guys are like sitting on this and it's supporting their weight. But, and Ash McGivern, hey, how did we miss that? Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Ash Raid, Space Goth Mom, Plum Wildflowers, JG Fergie, Angela Animates, and Ash McGivern. How are you all doing?
One of these archaeologist fellas. Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist. Oh. We dig deeper.
Ash McGivern and the 10 Raiders would also like to dig deeper.
There's that alert right there. Ash McGivern, thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. And Space Goth Mom, thank you for the follow. I don't know what's up with our alerts, but they're running a little slow today. A little bit behind schedule. But it's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello, hello. Ash, how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. Welcome to the channel. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
What are dinosaurs?
I'm so glad you asked, Space Goth Mom. Dinosaurs are what we're talking about right now. We've actually got a brand new species of Spinosaurid that was just published today. So we're talking about that, and we're lamenting the fact that there's not very much material. The stuff that's highlighted in magenta here is the material that they have. All the rest of it, all these bones in white, they don't have. So we're talking about that. But yeah. And sorry, we try and keep things as PG rated as we can, Space Goth Mom. Thank you again for your follow. But yeah, JG Fergie, thank you for the follow too. Welcome. I'm so glad all of you are here. Again, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Trying to answer your questions about fossils, walk you through some of the latest discoveries in the field of paleontology, and just kind of be your friendly neighborhood paleontologist, you know? Trying to peel back the curtain, show you how fossil science actually works. In just a few months, I'm going to be out here again in Wyoming, and then later in Utah, broadcasting live from the field, doing live dinosaur digs.
Oh, and very cool, nothing more variant. That's
from the Rocky Mountain Wilderness.
Universal microwave background radiation.
Yeah. But for right now, we're here in my office. Because it is, it's not yet time for this. This area is all covered in snow right now. We won't be able to get out there until the end of May. But very excited for that. Ash McGovern says, extremely excited for the digs. It's going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be a ton of fun. Yeah. And we do have that wish list going, Lenina. If anybody would like to help us help contribute some supplies to our field work, and you'll get to see those supplies live on camera. We're going to see if we can actually label those with people's usernames and yeah. Anyway, we've got the wish list right there. Thank you, Lenina, for pulling up that command. But yeah, more and more of these items just keep getting scooped up, which is really, really exciting. Did somebody get one of these? Yes! Our chisel edge rock hammer here. Beautiful. Big ol' Estwing crack hammer. A French press for the coffee drinkers, those caffeine addicts.
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
And Smoky Woods Boy, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, really excited about this. And, here we go. Ethan is leading our crew out there in the field. And he was sending me photos of some of the stuff that he's gotten already, like these action packers. And Ethan's girlfriend's cat was very interested in the action packers. There's Java living the high life there. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, we're very, very excited. We've got at least 2 new species of dinosaur that we'll be digging up in Wyoming. Probably more, honestly. We've got new species of plants I'm sure that we're going to find. Probably various new species of other vertebrates. I don't know. It's kind of like unexplored territory. Well, it's been explored. The stuff just isn't named yet. It hasn't been studied yet. It's super exciting in that regard. We've been exploring for the past few years. We know the stuff is out there. We've collected a bunch of these fossils last year. It's currently being worked on. we've got at least one new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur. Probably pretty similar to like Anchiceratops here. Yeah. And at least one duck-billed dinosaur, probably not too dissimilar from like Cretosaurus. Yeah, big old duck-billed dinosaur. Cretosaurus. But yeah. Yeah. And Mohammed Bandar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. And Java does have a long tail, Murph. She really does. She's got a long tail. Yeah. Yeah. And Spartan says, oh, I don't know. Looks like you're going to be very comfortable out there in the wilderness. Too comfortable for paleontologists? I mean, I think we will have our share of hardships out there. But it looks like we're going to have some tools to work with, and I'm very excited about that, you know? Luxurious items such as split wedges, mallets, hammers, permanent markers, oyster knives, and we will have like a little tent carport thing, which we can use as like a cooking tent. We can use this as like a portable supply shed here. It's really important that we keep a lot of these things out of the rain, whether it's the actual fossils that we're digging up, or whether it's dry goods. It's important that we keep that stuff out of the rain. Oh yeah. And there are many, many other items on here which we could really use. So, yeah. Ethan texted me this morning, and he's like, I'm blown away by the generosity of your community, Danny. The Paleontologizing viewers, they're an amazing bunch of people. And I'm very proud that is the case. You people are amazing, and I appreciate you so much. You're contributing to scientific progress in the excavation of new dinosaur species out there, and it's a privilege to be able to bring this information to you and to be able to live stream this from the field like I'm going to do this summer. It's a privilege to be of service to you in that regard. So thank you for helping us out. The whole crew is really going to appreciate it a lot. And I can't wait to show you firsthand. But yeah, Jody Fish says he should have known from last summer. I know, right? And Real Men Grow Beard says, how long before more paleontologists start streaming when they find out how well funded you are? I don't know. Beards, that's a good question. I actually did I presented some of this stuff before the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Then I'm going to talk about
back in October, right after TwitchCon.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I've been
This is my remote presentation before the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
For the past 2 years, I've actually made my living by doing paleontology outreach live streams. And I'm excited to share with you what I've learned during that time.
So the cat's out of the bag to a certain extent.
Honestly, a little bit nervous about this. I'm not used to giving prepared remarks like this. I'm used to speaking off the cuff, which is what I do every weekday. So we'll see how this goes. Let's jump into it. I want to make sure that I've got enough time for Q&A here. So
reception was good, I think, Spartan.
Introduction. By the end of this talk, my hope is that you'll have a clearer understanding about what true science outreach is and what it isn't, and why that distinction is so important.
If you'd like to leave a comment on this YouTube video, actually,
effective means of science outreach,
that might be really
and
nice.
Also how it's possible to broadcast field work live.
Tommy Plodicus has already done that. Lovely.
Over the internet.
Thank you, Tommy Plodicus.
And I also want to do a bit of a disclaimer here. Because of the nature of this presentation, there's going to be lots of logos and company names and stuff like that. These are not meant to be promotions. And because of the nature of this work, I'm going to be speaking from personal experience here. That's kind of unavoidable, but it does run the risk of maybe sounding like crass self-promotion. So please understand that self-promo is not my intent here. Whether you're a student or an early career paleontologist or involved in outreach, I hope this information is useful to you. And I hope that it will be particularly relevant to anyone with a kind of non-standard career path like me. So
anyway, good stuff. Yeah, when I was talking about the field work live streams here. Yeah, let's try that.
This is a ton of fun, and we're really trying to help grow the science community on Twitch. We've had some decent success so far, so this is a step in that direction. It was a real privilege to be able to do that. Oh yeah, so that's part of what I do on a given day. But I think the thing that everybody really came here today to hear about was the fieldwork live streams. So going to be running out of time soon, so let's go through this really, really quickly. This summer, I teamed up with Ethan Cowgill from Utah. He has some fieldwork that he was trying to fundraise for in the Almond Formation, late Cretaceous of Wyoming, pretty much unexplored formation. We were able to raise, through my community, over $7,000 to be able to fund our fieldwork, all our plaster, our food, a rock saw, the truck rental, everything else, gasoline. This all, we were able to fund it through the support of the paleontologizing community. When we're doing fieldwork live streams, when I'm doing fieldwork live streams, there's a lot of gear. Yeah, there's the solar generators, a camera, a video encoder, a microphone, a phone with a wrist strap so that you can monitor chat as people are typing in questions live from the field, a shade tarp to keep everything cool, and satellite internet is really what clinches it. That's what allows us to broadcast in the first place. So I got a Starlink dish, and it worked reasonably well this summer, even in really remote areas. And this is what the setup looks like when I was working with the Utah Geological Survey in July and August this year in the Cedar Mountain Formation, earliest Cretaceous of Utah.
Anyway, yeah. With that link posted, let's get back to our new Spinosaurid here. Shall we? I've got the actual paper. Oh, that's not it. Hang on, that's not the paper. Here it is. I got the actual paper here. So let's take a look. Yeah. And there's a Rio Venetrix animation? Lenita? That was quick. Oh, from Paleo GDY. Very nice. Oh, this is so cool. They normally do South American dinosaurs from Chile or from Argentina. Oh, this is brilliant. I haven't seen this yet. This must have just come out. Let's see. 3 weeks ago. They must not have made it public until, like, within the last few hours, I imagine. These are some Iguanodontian dinosaurs. And here is our new Spinosaurid here. Looks very similar to Baryonyx. Very, very similar to Baryonyx. Nice. Yeah. Good stuff. So that's the kind of critter we're talking about here. Yeah. So we talked about the pubic boot. Medial condyle of the femur that shows a transitional stage between the antero-posteriorly oriented long axis of non-spinosaurid theropods and the posterior-medially oriented long axis of Spinosauridae. The Spinosaurid record of Iberia, that's Spain and Portugal, that's Iberia, ranges from the late Hatterivian to the early Barremian to the latest Barremian to early Aptian so far, and both the oldest and most recent evidence comes from the Camaros Basin, where Spinosaurid remains are especially abundant in the Barremian deposits. A review of the Spinosaurid record has allowed us to dismiss the presence of the genus Baryonyx from Iberia. Interesting. I kind of wonder how they do that. Hence, only Camaryllosaurus, Iberospinus, Protathlitis, Riohovenatrix, Gen9, and Vallibonavenatrix are considered to be present in the early Cretaceous of Iberia. According to the study, Riohovenatrix is one of the youngest Baryonychines in the fossil record. So that's the abstract. Let's look at the figures here. This is where this critter is from, in La Rioja province, in España. And there is the actual fossil site there, on that inset. You have the town of Igea. And there's that same figure that we saw in the press release. This is how much of the animal they actually have. The stuff highlighted in magenta here. It's not a lot. And I don't know if I would be super comfortable describing a new genus of dinosaur based on such fragmentary material, but they said they had the Atapomorphes, and yeah. Ash McGivern says, when they only have a small handful of bones from a dinosaur, like in this case, how do scientists guess on the skeletal structure of the rest of the creature? In this case, it's really easy, Ash McGivern. The rest of what you're seeing here is just baryonyx. Here. It's literally this same exact illustration by Scott Hartman. I'm sure they got permission from Scott to be able to use this, but they know that this is a Spinosaurid. They know it's a member of this family. And so what they're doing is they're just taking that illustration and they're just coloring these bits in. Since they only have a few pieces, it's like the rest is just borrowed from baryonyx, from a close relative. Does that make sense? Yeah. We do this a lot in dinosaur paleontology when we find something that's very scrappy, very fragmentary. If you can figure out what family it's from and you say that this femur and this tibia and fibula look very, very, very similar to baryonyx, and so do all the other parts, then you just use the skeletal diagram from baryonyx for the rest of it. So there's always an acknowledgement that, I mean, that's basically what this figure is acknowledging, is like, the only parts we're sure about are the parts that are highlighted in magenta. It's what this figure means. That's what this is saying, if you know how to read it, you know? It's saying, we've got these parts. The rest, you can kind of ignore. This is what we've got. But we realize it's from a Spinosaurid. It's from an animal from this family. And so the rest of it probably looks much like this. But we don't have the rest of it yet. So yeah, I'm glad that makes sense. How do they describe the differences that make their bones a unique species, asks Spartan. Let's take a look. And Ash McGivern, you got it. Yeah. And yeah, Bette Medler's pointing out, we do have the dinosaur Baryonyx, whose skeletal diagram you see here. We've got those as emotes on this channel. Good old Baryonyx. Yeah. For Baryonyx, we've got more of the skeleton. So, but still not all of it. The one up here, see that up there? That's how much of the skeleton we actually have for baryonyx. It's not a great deal. We don't have a complete skeleton of any Spinosaurid. We don't have a single member of this family with complete skeletal remains known. But here's baryonyx and Suchomimus over there. There are still particular bones that we have never found in any Spinosaurid. For instance, the wrist bones have never been found in any Spinosaurid anywhere. And that's something that actually works its way into my upcoming publication about these animals. It's interesting stuff. Yeah, we're kind of in the dark about certain aspects of these animals' skeletal anatomy. A lot of the details we still don't know, but we're working on it. Yeah. Yeah. So Spartan asks, how do they describe the differences that make their bones a unique species? Let's get to that here. What you're talking about are what we call atapomorphies. And they did histology here. Nice. So atapomorphies are the things that actually make the animal unique. And so they're going to go through and describe each of these individual bones in great detail. And so here they're figured from a bunch of different angles. And you've got these lengthy, wordy descriptions of these different bones. So the iliac peduncle is mediolaterally expanded with an oval contour in proximal view, figure 4Q. Although it is abraded, the articular surface of the iliac peduncle is concave posteromedially. A protuberance is present at the center of the concavity, bounded anteriorly and medially by a groove. The concavity is anterolaterally delimitated by a transversely oriented edge. There will be detailed anatomical descriptions of each of the bones like this. And then it becomes kind of a matter of knowing the anatomy of this whole family of animals really well, so that you can pick out differences in your specimen that might be different from all the other Spinosaurids that have been described. This is where I'm always a little bit leery. Because we know that dinosaurs change a lot as they grow and mature. You know, through the process that we call ontogeny. From a baby Triceratops up to a teenage Triceratops up to an adult Triceratops. Ontogeny. These are changes in ontogeny. These animals change a lot as they grow and develop. Dinosaurs change pretty dramatically in ways that, like, we're only starting to kind of understand on a deep level.
Ontogeny.
And so there are a lot of different dinosaur species or genera that have been named where it turns out they're actually just the same animal at different growth stages. This has happened a lot in dinosaur paleontology. A lot. Like, wrong button, don't laugh. It's happened a lot, you know? So yeah. So much it's funny. It is kind of funny, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, shoot. Here, let's take a look at my old boss Jack Horner talking about this.
This was a problem, and Peter Dotson pointed this out using some duck-billed dinosaurs, a thing called Hypacrosaurus, and he showed that if you were to take a baby and
this is all the same animal
and make an average of what it should look like if it grew in sort of a linear fashion, it would have a crest about half the size of the adult. But the actual subadult, the 65%, had no crest at all. So this was interesting. So this is where people went astray again. I mean, if they'd have just taken Peter Dotson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have.
Yeah.
But scientists have egos.
And Ash McGivern, you're spot on there, Ash McGivern. Yes.
They went on naming dinosaurs because they were different. Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one. And that's by actually cutting into their bones.
Glue is cheap.
But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious, right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers. And, I mean, they're very well taken care of. They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside. So they don't normally let you do that. But I have a museum, and I collect dinosaurs, and I can saw mine open. So that's what I do.
Yep. Yeah, and glue is cheap. That scientific information you gain from that is so valuable.
If you cut open a little dinosaur, it's very spongy inside, like
glue is cheap.
And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive. It's very, I mean, you can tell it's mature bone. So it's real easy to tell them apart. So what I want to do is show you these. In North America, in the northern plains of the United States and the southern plains of Alberta and Saskatchewan, there's this unit of rock called the Hell Creek Formation that produces the last dinosaurs that lived on Earth. And there are 12 of them that everyone recognizes. I mean, there are 12 primary dinosaurs that went extinct. And so we will evaluate them. And that's sort of what I've been doing. So my students, my staff, we've been cutting them open. Now, as you can imagine, cutting open a leg bone is one thing, but when you go to a museum and say,
it's a different kind of saw.
Cut open
it's a rock saw, which we have a rock saw from last year.
Do you?
We got one.
They say, go away. So here are 12 dinosaurs, and we want to look at these three first.
And yeah, spoiler alert, we go through and
looks like it could still get bigger. And at the Museum of the Rockies where we work, I have 4 T-Rexes, so I can cut a whole bunch of them. But I didn't have to cut any of them, really, because I just lined up their jaws, and it turned out that the biggest one had 12 teeth, and the next smallest one had 13, and the next smallest had 14, and of course Nano has 17, and we just went out and looked in other people's collections, and we found one that has sort of 15 teeth. So again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus.
Yeah, so you were spot on about that, Ash McGivern. This is still a little bit controversial among dinosaur paleontologists. There are still some paleontologists who claim that Nanotyrannus is a distinct genus, distinct from Tyrannosaurus, that it's the pygmy tyrant, it's like a small dwarf Tyrannosaur species that lived at the same time in the same place. I don't buy that argument at all. It seems like it's a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. These animals just change a lot as they grow and develop. And do the brain cases change a lot or very little? They change a lot, Dr. Tara. They change a lot. A lot of aspects of dinosaur anatomy change a lot as they grow and develop. So this has big ramifications for dinosaur diversity. And
therefore, we could take out another dinosaur. So, when it comes down to our end Cretaceous, we have 7 left.
Yep.
And this
is what I'm talking about with like all of these dinosaurs that have been named as different genera or different species. A lot of them, it seems, just turn out to be different ontogomorphs, different growth stages, different stages of ontogeny of dinosaurs that were previously named. Really interesting to think about. Is that what's going on with our Iberian Spinosaurs here? Is this animal actually a totally new Spinosaur Or is it just a different growth stage? Well, a way to test that is to do histology, like Jack was talking about. You cut the bones open, and you look inside, and it seems like these authors did that. They did some histology. Several fragmentary limb bones were selected for histological examination. Good for them. Holy cow, I'm glad they did this. And prepared according to the usual methodology outlined by Chinsami and Rath, subsequently developed by Lamb, that's Ellen Lamb from Museum of the Rockies. I used to work with her. So there we go. Histological analysis. Haversian systems are clearly identifiable with the innermost region of the compacta where the two overlapping generations of secondary osteons are visible. So yeah, here are some of their histo slides, and they're saying, are these lags here? They're claiming they've got a lot of lags here. This would be an old animal if that's the case. Are they claiming each one of those is a different lag, a different line of arrested growth? But this fact, along with the presence of intense secondary reconstruction in the internal premedullary region, but scarce towards the outer cortex, combined with the existence of cyclical growth rings, points to a somatically immature, still growing adult. So they're saying this animal was not actually adult when it died. I guess they're just pointing to different osteons here in this figure. So this critter was not full grown when it died, which might have something to do with its subtle anatomical, subtle differences in the bones from other spinosaurids. That's interesting. That is interesting.
Ontogeny.
Somatically immature, still growing subadult individual. The phylogenetic results obtained propose that Rheohovenatrix is tentatively positioned as a baryonychine, although an alternative position with when Spinosaurinae is also recovered. So, oh boy, they don't actually know what kind of a Spinosaurid it is necessarily. Is it a baryonychine or is it a Spinosaurine? This is why you read the paper, folks. Moreover, Rheohovenatrix and most other Spinosaurids are considered unstable taxa in the phylogenies. Rheohovenatrix corresponds to a medium to large-sized Spinosaurid dinosaur that differs from other members of the clade owing to a combination of the following. These are the traits that they say actually distinguish it from other Spinosaurids, and I think these are probably going to be kind of subtle, but let's see. A lateromedially thick and triangular pubic boot in distal view. I'd like to know how much that actually varies in ontogeny. Like how robust a character that really is. An anteroposteriorly expanded and angular ischial boot with an anterodorsally oriented tip, a narrow, restricted, and relatively deep proximal articular groove of the femur, which is anteromedially posterolaterally inclined, slightly posteromedially oriented medial femoral condyle, a longitudinal ridge on the medial margin of the ascending process of the astragalus, that's one of the ankle bones. A potential etapomorphy, but could also be a character of Spinosauridae. Oh boy. Height of ascending process of the astragalus more than twice the height of the astragular body. A potential etapomorphy, but could also be a character of Spinosauridae. Etapomorphy means a unique character, like a unique characteristic that would be unique to this animal. But since Spinosaurids are so mysterious in general, we don't have a lot of fossil material of the whole. We don't have a complete skeleton of any Spinosaurid. We don't know if that's actually unique or whether other Spinosaurids have that, because they're usually so incomplete. An anterior depression with a dorsally located foramen on the lateral surface of the calcaneum and the absence of any longitudinal groove on the medial surface of phalanx I2. Potential etapomorphy, but could also be a character of Spinosauridae or even Megalosauroidea. Oh boy.
Yeah.
So is this animal actually new. We need more fossils to really tell for sure. I know everybody wants to name a new dinosaur. Shoot, I want to name new dinosaurs. But best practice is you have more material than this, you know? To name a totally new genus of dinosaur based on. Especially when you have so many Spinosaurids that have been named from the Iberian Peninsula, from the early Cretaceous of this part of the world. Are we really, really, really sure this animal is distinct from Iberospinus? Or from Bonavenatrix, or from those other Spinosaurids? I would not be shocked if it turns out a lot of these are probably the same critter. Going back to like Cope and Marsh from yesterday, those of you who were here on yesterday's stream, let's look at Allosaurus for a second. Allosaurus, this lovely beastie right here. Cope and Marsh named Allosaurus like 20 times or something like that. It's nuts how many times they named this animal. So here on Wikipedia we can go to synonyms show. Yeah, maybe not 20, but Marsh also named Apatodon. Almost certainly the same animal as Allosaurus, based on fragmentary material. Creosaurus, Marsh named in 1878. Epantarius, Cope named in 1878. Labrosaurus, Marsh named in 79. And then Bacher named Wyoming Raptor, and Madsenius. They're almost certainly the same thing as Allosaurus as well. Or, if they're not the same thing, they might be chronospecies. They might be, you know, just Allosaurus 500,000 years later, or earlier, or whatever. This is the thing that makes, it's one of the aspects that makes paleontology difficult when you're trying to figure out who is the same species and who is not, is you're dealing with time. These animals are evolving over time. So if you find some fossils and they're a little bit different, how do you know it's not the same population of animals 500,000 years later? They've just changed a little bit. Is that really worthy of a new scientific name? It becomes really subjective. We don't have hard and fast rules about this kind of thing. And you know what? It's kind of exciting to a certain extent. It's kind of like Jim Kirkland says, you know, the good old days of paleontology, those are right now. We're living in the good old days. There's still so much to be discovered. There are more working paleontologists right now in the year 2024 than have ever been in the history of the world. These are the good old days. We're living through a golden age of dinosaur paleontology. People are going to name a lot of crazy genera and species and stuff that later on get sorted out. It's like, oh, these are actually the same thing, or this is an anagenetic lineage, or this is cladogenesis happening here and there, that kind of thing. But this is the boom times right now, you know? That's exciting. So yeah. Let me catch up the chat. Timmer's Crutch wants to know, are there some paleontologists so excited to name a new dinosaur? Seems like it happens a lot with, like, no bones. Oh yeah, Timmer's Crutch. I'm not going to name any names right now, but there are several authors that are notorious for naming things based on tiny little fragments of almost nothing. A lot of them are in Europe. Yeah. And KissMLV says, do you know how many years differed from other species? No. We don't. We're still figuring that out. That's a tough question. And an exciting one, in a certain sense. Yeah. And Axeman says, I suppose one view might be that it is better to name a possibly new dinosaur and retract it later than to let someone else beat you to naming it if it turns out to be distinct. There are a lot of people who take that viewpoint. Yes, for sure. Yes. How badly do you want to name that thing? You know, becomes kind of the question. Because there are paleontologists out there that I admire very much, because they were the first to discover a new species, but they only found a few scraps of it. And they chose to publish on it, but not give it a name. And that, I think, bespeaks a very good scientist. Someone who is not in it for the glory, but they just want to understand. They want to drive the field forward. They're team players, you know? And I respect that. I respect that. So yeah. And Ash McGivern says, are there people doing meta-analyses of all these different fossils and papers to find out who's actually the same? There are people trying to do that. We don't really call them meta-analyses in paleontology. It's not a term that we often use, but there are people doing that. We might call that like a review paper. You might do a review of the literature, and you might potentially synonymize different taxa, different genera, different species. I've got a couple projects like that coming up once I get the Spinosaur thing published. There's a few dinosaurs that I suspect might actually be the same thing. They might be juvenile and adult of the same species, or the same genus at least. And I haven't quite worked out which projects I'm going to focus on once the Spinosaur thing is finally submitted, but that might be something I work on this summer, actually, in between fieldwork, going to some different collections and taking measurements, taking photos, trying to see if some of these dinosaurs are actually the same dinosaur. So yeah. And systematic review might be more appropriate than meta-analysis. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. Systematic review. I like that, Rhacodactylus. Bingo. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Let's take a look at... Oh, man. This was just published today. This new Spinosaurid. Let's take a look at the Wikipedia article. Let's see how good it is already. Dinosaur Wikipedia might be the best Wikipedia. Of course, Wikipedia is, you know, one website. It is united, not divided, but what's our new critter named? Rioja Venatrix. There we go. And holy cow, there's already an illustration. I looked at this morning. I don't think there was an illustration yet. We already have a fleshed out reconstruction of this animal. From user Unexpected Dino Lesson. They must have just uploaded this within the last few hours, right? Yeah. Oh wait, no. Created February 19th? Uploaded February 22nd. Maybe they had advanced notice of this. But yeah, Rioja Venatrix. discovery and naming. It was discovered in 2005. I want to hammer that point home right there. Discovered in 2005. Air horns for emphasis. It can be a long time until dinosaurs are actually described, published in the scientific literature. 2005 until 2024, that's nearly 20 years, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Classification, they've already got a cladogram and everything. And 3 different references. This is impressive. This is just published today. And yet we've already got that Wikipedia article. Impressive. Impressive. Yeah. Wikipedia peeps don't mess around. Exactly, Salamander. Exactly. Yeah, shoot. Anyway. With that having been said, I've got some stuff I gotta take care of tonight. I've got some emails to reply to. I've got some dinner to eat. It's time for me to wrap things up right now. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be National Frog Day. And I've got to get ready for that as well. I don't know a lot about fossil frogs yet. I've got to do some learning tonight. We'll be talking about the fossil record and the evolutionary history of frogs tomorrow. And we will do 2 metazoas tomorrow then. Exactly, real men. Yes, yes. That will be a lot of fun, so I hope you'll join us for that. But for now, let's wrap things up. Let's throw a Smilodon under our credits here. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's see who else is doing some science on Twitch at the moment. Let's see here. Uo's lab is on right now, and they've rated us in the past. Let's go return that favor. Modifying a hand dryer to spray water and a sink to blow air. Let's go see what Uo's lab is up to. Yeah, this is intended for mature audiences, so be aware. But let's go show them some paleontological love here. Feel free to copy and paste any of these emotes if you'd like to. There we go. And thank you to everybody who's appearing in our credits right now. Followers and raiders, cheerers and subscribers, gifters and moderators. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for helping support my mission of science outreach and education. It means a great deal to me, and I'm deeply grateful. And I'm excited for what we're going to be doing on here on stream in the coming months and weeks. More interviews coming up, fieldwork live streams, and fun stuff like National Frog Day tomorrow. So, I'll see you around, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Let's go see what Uo's lab is up to. I'll see you there.